what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Hey, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I...
It's a happy Friday here at the NECC broadcast time, and it's Overwatch Day. Yippee! We have 2 Overwatch games that we'll be featuring here from colleges across North America to close off our wonderful Week 5 of competition. I'm Tiny Shiny, joined by Twin Salty, and Jesse, I believe we're starting ourselves off with some Division 6 today, a division that we haven't gotten to see on the broadcast in the past.
Yeah, no, we have not gotten to see this division in a very long time, so it is very exciting. You know, it is fun sometimes to dive into the lower divisions because it's a little bit less stressful. Obviously, it's not top teams, you know, fighting for a ton, but, you know, they're still fighting for their division championship, and we tend to get a little bit more silly down here, so I'm curious to see what happens.
Oh, it's always so entertaining. Like, because,
Oh, yeah.
again, you don't really know what's going to happen at any given moment. And honestly, that leaves a lot more room for surprises and also flexibility in our teams and players. Speaking of players, we'll get a peek at our rosters for our first game today. We have New England College taking on the University of Southern Maine and the Huskies there. So for both these teams, they are 1-2, if I'm not mistaken. So far,
so.
Tied for the 4th seed in their respective conference. So they've both lost to the current undefeated team here in the New Haven Chargers. I believe their JV roster is also there. Both lost it in 3-0. Otherwise, had pretty back and forth performances as we're at the, actually past the halfway point of our season.
Yeah, this is when you really want to start getting it into gear. Like, hey, start gearing up for playoffs. Both the teams, obviously, not fantastic starts to the season, right? 1-2 for both, but still got plenty of time here. They've already had their bye weeks, and now it's time to turn it around here as we enter the back half. But, you know, right now this meta's pretty wide open. You can run a lot of things. Zarya seems to be kind of a sticking point, which I think all the ranked players who constantly ban her in the middle ranks, I think finally feel justified that, hey, Zarya is good. But, you know, we'll see if it actually gets played tonight.
And honestly, like, this kind of open meta, as you were talking about, it's one of the best kind, especially for divisions like this, because your, like, specific flexible strats often become a lot more valid, right? Because outside, I believe, like, the top 1% of players, you can be very flexible with what you run and what you're good at. If you can play it as a set of 5 individuals, fantastic if you're good at your individual roles. But if you can pull that together as a team for your specific strategy, even better. We will be starting off on an Overwatch Classic, though. Lijiang Tower was the first pick of the day, which, as you know, it wouldn't really be a true collegiate match if we didn't have it. Hazard and Reaper being those bans, both heroes that you could argue are on the stronger side of the current state of the heroes in the game.
Yeah, I'd say especially Reaper right now, even though, you know, we've seen some DPS kind of get mixed around into this meta, Reaper's still a very solid pickup. So that being a great ban there from USM, and then for, NEC, the Hazard, especially more for the dive rounds of this, right? Not as much for Control Center, but for Gardens, and for Night Market, taking away the Hazard. You're either going towards, like, a Winston or a Diva, or maybe we see like a Wrecking Ball or Doomfist. I wouldn't be like completely shocked if we saw it. We've seen crazier things in the past.
No, and this is the map to pull it out if you are going to do a strat like that. Lijiang Tower, it tends to be one of the more divey-ish kind of control maps outside of Control Center, where you're in that very like narrow hallways and the small indoor objectives where there's not as much vertical room. And that's just not the case for things like Gardens and Night Market. So things like a Doomfist, Wrecking Ball, Tracer, of course, still very strong even after those changes. And it's kind of a staple DPS. I think in the current state of Overwatch, we mostly honestly look at these DPS to be the ones to kind of be setting the space, because not your tank, you're kind of the big part of the front line, but we've kind of shifted to a point in the DPS meta where you're controlling a large portion of the map by yourself in a flex role.
No, especially right now, like, Tracer is so good. Like, Tracer is easily probably the best DPS right now in the meta. I'd say Genji and Sojourn and Reaper all kind of in that mix. But no, it is kind of crazy to see Tracer just jump back into the meta like this. I know you've been happy in ranked when she's not banned. For me, it's a little bit of like, hey, time to go Cass. You know, like get the flashbang ready. We've seen an uptick in Cassidy because of the fact that Genji and Tracer are both good. So it's not like Cassidy's the best, like from outright damage, but having that flashbang, you know, can help your backline a little bit because some teams are still running Wooyoung. Even though his health kind of got hit a little bit in the last patch. And he's definitely a target for the Tracer back there.
You know the saying from the Torts and Hair, slow and steady wins the race, right? I don't really think it's the case for Overwatch, but
not right now.
Not right now, not at all. And I honestly, like, again, when especially you're at a level where you're focusing on perfecting how you can play as a team and often only focusing on one or two strategies, the faster composition you play, it often gives you an edge just because you'll have more control over the space on the map, and you can often confuse your own opponents to a degree. We'll have to see if that's the case here, as we will head into map number 1. It looks to be Gardens from where we're starting out. We said that dive comps tend to be better because they're fast, but another thing that can be considered are things like this Junker Queen, right? That commanding shout. She had a couple changes come in, and that's what the USM Huskies seem to want to start with.
Yeah, so USM going the Junker Queen, which it's kind of a go lucky kind of a composition, right? Like it's either it's going to really work, you're going to hit that knife, you're going to drag somebody in, or if you miss kind of those knives, those carnages, you can really get poked out from range. So it can be a risk here for USM, but it can easily pay off for Grimm's Red. Definitely more of what you were saying earlier, more of a typical dive and already paying off.
Yeah, again, slow and steady does not win the race, and Thena knows that. She went first, jumped straight on top of the Game Goblin, and there just wasn't time for the USM Huskies to react. Salmon's already so deep in the backline, trying to close the gap between him and the Grimm's Red supports, but I just couldn't do it. Thena was too fast.
Yeah, Thena way too fast, and already this point we'll go over to Grimm's Red for the first cap, and now you gotta look at USM. What is the pivot? And well, Roadhog. Apparently, is the pivot. We've seen Roadhog slightly as of late. We've seen him in kind of some gimmicky Watchpoint Gibraltar comps for the opening stage of the map. But he has been reverted. You know, Pigpen is no longer in the game, and that hook damage combo does pack the punch that it used to.
Yeah, not quite, and it's a little hard because you especially see that, you know, on Ana here, the sleep dart, the anti-nade. It's very Salmon is not allowed to exist on the map type of hero, but the USM Huskies, they are able to punish Hyper Squire for taking a very aggressive angle. That's what Roadhog does best. It's almost like a skill check. You come close to me, I'm gonna hook you in, and you're gonna die. So USM Huskies use their win condition, and we'll get a flip on the point.
Yeah, they find the flip. It almost sounded like Salmon got the hook, but it's going to be a lot of pressure now onto the Latino, right? Because you want to be able to make sure, yes, you use those bio-nades occasionally on your own team to have that amplified healing, but you also need to look out for Salmon. And if you can time it right to where you hit the nade, the punish can be there, just like it was on Fox.
Yeah, but look at that hook! Salmon! There's blinding fish in a barrel there. Down goes Tombshire, and yeah, that push is as good as done. The Grimm's Red, they just can't find their way into this point. And I mean, USM Huskies, they did end up using a couple ults at the tail end of this. Thena still seems to see this as winnable. Ended up using the Primal Rage to keep herself alive and throwing Ophelia all over the place, but she's able to TP back to Salmon, stay alive. Athena 4 HP will eventually fall to Salmon. USM Huskies, that turned out to be rather expensive thanks to Grimm's Red's commitment. No way!
Oh my god, these hooks are crazy! Back to Overwatch 1 hook, it feels like, oh my, I thought Saber was going to hit that, and that was going to be nuts. Thena, she has swapped over now to the Zarya. Not as much of a direct counter, it is to the Hog, but more just going towards that brawly style.
Yeah, you want to fight face-to-face now, and Lorian here wants to do everything but that. Only finds the turret, though, with the overclock and down the line. It's, you know, it's both a bio-nade and a shot to finish off the Sojourn. It is a 1-for-1 trade, and Grimm's Red, they have the sound barrier ready to push it to the metal. But what else can they find? Game Goblin finds himself in the middle of the pool of lava. Not a great place for your water healer. And USM Huskies, their control slowly slipping away on this objective. Only the Salmon remaining will be disposed of, and Grimm's Red get us the flip.
Yeah, they find it, and it's not like the cheapest either for the Huskies. They do lose the overclock during that. They have no ultimates anytime soon, so potential possibility here for Grimm's Red to build a little bit of a snowball. As they only need, I'd say, what, maybe a fight and a stall to get through it. That was almost bad, though.
Athena just saw her life flash before her eyes, knowing that hook cooldown's off the charts. Goes for it again, but it comes back up, and the nano is thrown onto her. No, that's two massive things down the drain for the Grimm's Red. And this is final fight territory. You can't afford to lose, but Salmon isn't giving them much of a choice. The USM Huskies riding at the backpack of their tank, the Roadhog swap. We questioned it at first, but this is Division 6. Anything can happen, and Salmon making it work. One final scramble left to go here for the Grimm's Red. Athena on the wrecking ball. She's going to look for a final touch, but what can she actually get done with it? We'll guarantee overtime happens, but you're walking into 5 healthy players on the USM Huskies. 2 squishies already hit the deck. Athena not looking too much better. Salmon's pocket Roadhog pick. Not how we thought the game was going to go, Jesse, but the USM Huskies, they're going to roll with it.
Well, we did tell you guys it can get a little crazy here, right? Like, but that was not exactly what I thought we were going to see here in Division 6. But hey, you know, depending on who you would talk to, they will say Roadhog is good. And Salmon is maybe one of those players, and, you know, fair enough. 13-3-2 to start off here, leading the lobby, tied with Athena, 4 eliminations. And as I think we're going to Control Center for our next round, and that is why we see Athena on the Reinhardt. So, again, another hero we don't see a ton of as of late, but this can be one of the few spots where it works.
Yeah, and you're really going to need that to kind of come to life and more so just push Salmon into a corner, even if Athena can't do a ton herself. I am also looking towards the Latino who swapped off of that Ana, which was doing a ton of work for Grimm's Red, now over on a Kiriko roll, forcing the Grimm's Red to go faster, but again, what is that hook? Almost through the shield, but Athena is able to put a rectangle barrier between her and her support. USM Huskies, they're trying to find a way in, but you'll notice they're still having Ryan and NECC Fox on the Cassidy and Sojourn. 2 heroes that need to be playing at range, and a small room with a big old Reinhardt hammer is not exactly where they want to be set up. Hyper Squire and Fox Campbell really showing why that is important to Athena taking Salmon up a bit of a trip, but this backfired so poorly. She pinned Salmon into the health pack. He will live, but the rest of the team, he doesn't have any support.
Oh, imagine Salmon finds another one here.
No way. No way!
No way!
Fox Campbell slid into that, Jesse!
What are we doing? Blizzard, what are we doing? Who let this pass? That was... Salmon has no right to, A, let alone kill Athena, but also kill Fox Campbell afterwards, and it actually leads to the flip for the Huskies.
There's no way.
There's no way.
I think Salmon should just change his name, honestly, to Roadhog. Like, that's just what it's starting to feel like. Tina, though, did just kind of ignore the Roadhog's existence, walk straight onto the back, which is what you need to do, and straight up denies the hook with the Earth Shatter solo under the tank. Like, you can tell the Grimm's Red know this Roadhog is a problem. Salmon eventually will go down, and Tina had taken NECC Fox for a little bit of a trip before Grimm's Red finally get the flip.
Yeah, at least here, Grimm's Red, they're playing this well, right? They're trying to use that amp from Tombshire, speed into Reinhardt, try and find one of the squishies, and it worked perfectly right there. When you're on the defense, though, it can be a little bit more difficult, especially with the dead eye in your face.
Oh boy, yeah. Can't quite hold it for so long. Theta somehow managed to get a pin on a Game Goblin, though. That's a big chunk of healing removed from the USM Huskies, and you're still kind of okay until your Lucio gets back, unless Salmon just decides to pull out the scrap gun, send everybody reeling backwards, and the fight's over before it could fully finish.
Yeah, fight's just like, all right, oh, we're done? All right. So, man, yeah, Salmon just going for these hooks left, right, center. Grimm's Red, they have the Sound Barrier ready to go. Plenty of ultimates at their disposal. They just cannot overcommit, and they can't die early.
Yeah, Tombshire got dangerously low there, but they're going to end up committing with this overclock first, but it's NECC Fox who shuts down his Sojourn counterpart there. USM Huskies, that was their fight to lose, but look at him coming back in. A clutch number of shots there out of their Sojourn player, and yeah, that's just the USM Huskies looking strong here.
This is insane. I never thought in 2025 a Roadhog would be getting this much value.
I love it.
As almost gets the off the map hook as well. Tempting fate a little bit, are we, Thina?
Oh, but the Earth Shatter!
Oh,
That's gonna
big!
land onto 4 players there! If you can't open the door yourself, you bust it down, and that's exactly what Thina did there. Clean team wipe for Grimm's Red. They needed that.
This might be the most amount of flips I've seen in a single control point in a very long time.
Yeah.
Just every single fight, it's very quick, and the team who is defending has not been able to hold the line. Let's see if Grimm's can do it now.
Oh, but that hook goes wide. Salmon in a bit of trouble. Doesn't have a ton of healing resource to work off of, but the rest of the team is pushing forwards while all the force is putting on to Salmon. USM Huskies, they're trying to make this work while these tanks are brawling it out in the side rooms. Eventually, Salmon will win out that duel, but at what cost? A lot of the USM Huskies are down and dealt with. It's only the supports to help back up the tank and a lonely Torbjorn and Hyper Squire who wishes he was anywhere else at that point. Grimm's Red, yeah, they got the final fight, Jesse, but this is just gonna be yet another flip.
Another flip, and the Latino saying, hey, why not another? Ophelia already gone, and there goes the Kitsune rush for the Huskies.
Yeah, without her ultimate, it's going to be really difficult to work with, but
Miss!
Latino also got hooked by Salmon and Thena's Earth Shatter. He goes wide. That is a difficult ultimate to miss, but Salmon is making sure that everything that could go wrong is going wrong for Grimm's Red now. NECC Fox is back in the fight, 99%, and USM Huskies, they're going to go ahead and close out Lijiang Tower with a 2-0 finish, up with the first map win.
Yeah, first map, and yeah, no, if you wanted chaos to start off your evening, here we go. Because that was unbelievable. And you wonder why now the Huskies banned the Reaper. I have a feeling it was because of this man right here, in retrospect. As Salmon just popping off on the Roadhog. So many of these hooks. Should they work? Probably not. Like, probably not. But they do work at the end of the day. That's all the Huskies care about. And they steal away Lijiang Tower.
They do, and honestly, until we saw that Roadhog swap, it was like, oh, this could be a little rough. I mean, running like a Junker Queen into the Winston, that fast pace, like, is that really gonna work? There's 2 ways you can handle a dive comp. You can either match it or go all in and try to counter dive, or you could just do something like pick a Roadhog or a Cassidy, things that have a bunch of stunning and crowd control. So a lot of these speedy cooldowns aren't as good, and you just kind of run away with it. And Salmon did just that. And so there's really, really good gameplay out of USM. And honestly, almost dividing it onto 2 fronts. Like, there's a lot of times where we saw Salmon just get dogpiled on, and the rest of the team's like, all right, bet, we're going to go ahead and, while these guys are off over here dealing with Salmon, we're just going to take out the rest of the team because they had an advantage fight.
Yeah, Salmon just holding, take a breather, like, come on, team, kill the backline, please. And it worked. Like, that's just kind of where Hog is right now. You can just hold that, take a breather for ages, it feels like. And unless you get hit with a bio nade from Ana, nothing's killing you. Like, that's just, nothing can kill you at that point. So that'll be the trick here now, right? Like, how can the other team, can they find a way to answer this Roadhog? It's probably going to be the Reaper, right? Like, I don't think they're going to ban the Reaper the rest of the way. Especially if they want to have an answer to this Roadhog. But, you know, I just saw potentially a glimpse of what our next map is. And I think it's a good answer to what's going on if it is in fact true. Which also, it's a map we haven't seen, God, in a long time.
I don't know what it is, so I'm kind of excited.
Well, we're waiting for hero bands and we'll find out. There we go.
Ooh, wait, okay, I am surprised. Look at that. Okay, so this is a New England College map pick too. So this kind of tells us we want to play poke and we want to play to our ranged heroes. So they were playing Torbjorn and Torbjorn and Sojourn for a good chunk of that map. So it tells me they either want to lean to that. Perhaps they have like a pocket sniper pick that we're not necessarily aware of too, and that's something to be powerful. All that I know, you could also run Sigma here. Sigma and Roadhog don't exactly get along, and the Space Grandpa often the more happy one in that duel, so maybe Thina likes to go in that direction too. Either way, this is a massive change of general map architecture compared to Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a change up. They're wanting to play that range, and I have a feeling their thought process is, well, if we don't let Salmon get close enough, We could play the range game enough to where the hook can't even land. I would be a little worried because Hook still has kind of an egregious range. We saw that a few times during already during map 1. But no, the idea itself is good, and now it's actually a hazard ban on the other side.
Oh.
The Huskies ban away hazard. Wuyong is banned from NEC, and yeah, Wuyong could be very good here. Like, if you're not planning on running it, which I don't believe Grims did at all during that first map, it was just the Huskies who ran the Wuyong. This is a very good ban because it is so much long range damage. You don't even have to be an LOS. Just whip those thing around the corner. So no, a very good ban there from NEC.
Yeah, it's a water gun fight on steroids. That's what it feels like playing against Wuyong. And especially something as open as this, it would get a ton of value there. So I like that idea that we're going for. I'm kind of interested in the backline, too, from the Grims. Because one player I was really excited about was the Latino. Both on the Kiriko and the Ana had some great performances, not only in kind of keeping Thina up as long as humanly possible, but also the Bionades on the Ana were on target. You had some aggressive Kiriko flanks. And in an open map like this, there's also more room for you to take initiative in a supporting role. It will be the Grims Red on the defense first, and it is pretty much exactly like we wrote it. Thina will be picking up that Sigma, so you have a personal shield to deflect those Roadhog hooks, you have the rock to throw at him, you have the Bionate. There's so many ways you could just pop this pig. That's exactly what Grims Red are, that's their win condition right now by picking this map.
Yeah, basically just don't let Salmon play the game. Right, like that is going to be the game plan here for Grims Red. I believe, is that a sub? Lorian, I believe that is for the Huskies.
Yes.
There's a sub coming in.
No. No, yes, Casey Anika, I
Casey's also
apologize.
in for Grims, yep.
Casey's in, no, Lorian was in the last map.
Oh,
you were,
it was just the Salmon show. I apologize.
Jesse.
Well, you saw the last map. Are you
Yeah,
serious?
I saw Lorian pop off on the Cassidy. You gotta pay attention. But no, it will be Casey in on that support role for the Grims Red. Playing the Life Weaver, so that's also more get out of jail free cards to just deny a Roadhog hook should it come in. You save a teammate's life, and job well done there from Casey. So the Grims Red, though, they're playing their time with Lorian on this Widow. You're a little bit scared about the angle, and Flex Campbell just didn't respect it. One shot, one kill, and that USM Huskies off to a good start. It was the Salmon show last time, as you said, Jesse. Okay, maybe still partly the Salmon show, but we do get to see Lorian here have a lot more impact.
Yeah, already finds the opener, and this turret, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a pass, but I don't think it's going to be anything that crazy here for the Huskies to deal with as they march on forward. And yeah, that pull, just an extra layer of security against some of these Roadhog hooks, but you gotta watch your head. Fox Campbell almost has it taken off.
Oh boy, that got real risky for a couple of seconds there, but thankfully everyone's okay. But Ryan, looking for Casey on the drop, but had that little pedal dash, so Life Weaver is okay. Can't quite say the same for Nixie Fox. Thina, putting the shield up, denying more of the Salmon Roadhog towards the front end of this fight. A Bionade into the back line, but with how ranged Grims Red's comp is, nobody really wants to get up close and personal so far. Unless you're Fox Campbell, just slide in, punish Ophelia for a rather aggressive flank on the far side of the map. And just like that, Jesse, that's half the time bank.
Yeah, 2 minutes already gone, and only 60 meters to really say for USM. Granted, they did not use a single ult during that, so they have plenty to use now, including the rush.
Kitsune Rush. USM Huskies, though, they're not able to do too much. Look how far back the Grims Red team ends up going. New England College fully respecting that ultimate, but unfortunately the Latuno got hit with a Bionade in the back, head ripped off by Lorian. That's the second time we're seeing that opening elimination out of the Soldier, or the Widowmaker. But is that really going to matter? Nixie Fox doesn't have a ton of HP to work with. Only now with Salmon landing that hook onto Casey, it looks like this defensive hold on first point is just about to end, which is unfortunate for Crimson because look how many ultimates they had on line 2.
Yeah, they had a bunch online, just were never able to pull the trigger on any of it. So it'll be first cap for USM. Salmon already wanting more, and eventually will be able to get out. But now here, if you're Grims Red, trying to hold this high ground, this is arguably the best spot for the defense. It can be so hard to challenge some of these high ground off angles. So you got to make sure you respect Fox Campbell and Hyper Squire.
Oh, well, they didn't respect Salmon. Oh, the shield, though! It was at the perfect angle, denied most of the damage, and Athena was able to land a killing blow onto the Roadhog, but unfortunately just put Casing in such a bad position that he ended up going down anyways to this Widowmaker. Iron here has just been farming with these angles, and it's even more important. You see the pressure that Athena is applying onto him. This sniper has had too much space to work.
Yeah, it's just way too much, and now, yeah, with Ophelia gone, it's kind of just, you know, Huskies trying to feel this out, but maybe more than feeling it out.
Yeah, dodged the hook, but since the tank is so focused on the front line,
Fox?
NECC Fox, it just wiped the other half of the team with the overclock. I believe that was also a nano boost that was put onto him as well. I mean, the USM Huskies, their DPS line is having a field day now that the attention's turned to Salmon.
And you can tell Athena, she tried to catch the Soj in the overclock, but decided to go with Salmon instead. And, you know, considering how the series went so far, I don't necessarily blame them, but in that moment, it let a NECC Fox just go absolutely nuclear. And that'll lead to the second phase completion here for the Huskies. Throw another 90 seconds on the board, and now, Crim's Red, already some swaps. Athena goes over to the Wrecking Ball.
Interesting. So, the Crim's Red, I think their comp, like, on paper works well because you had that Sigma to stand in front and kind of give Fox Campbell and Hyper Squire somewhere to set up, but now everybody on the team is more vulnerable, especially to this Widowmaker, which I'm assuming, which is why Athena wanted to swap, is to put more pressure on a low iron, but Salmon, what is that? Hyper Squire executed with the whole hog, seeing if he could find a little bit more. Will end up getting slept to Antied and finally dealt with, but no!
Good
The
Suzu.
Ophelia coming in just in time will keep her tank on his 2 feet, and this payload has not stopped after the first fight.
Yeah, that is a clutch Suzu right there from Ophelia.
Fantastic.
That is why they are on the Kiriko, and it just lets Salmon have so much more freedom. Because even if, you know, Grim's right, they have the key win condition. You land the Bionade onto the hog. You try and punish him from there. One simple ability can just make you have a hard reset on the fight, and now almost a hook and the mines go down.
Ooh. And the minefield will slow some of that time. There was also a 3-person Bionade actually thrown in from the Latino, but I mean, Athena so focused on laying out the minefield and getting out, didn't really have any time to act on it. Instead, it's the returning Bionade that, from Game Goblin makes her retreat fully, leaving Salmon to do whatever he wishes with the front line. Hyper Squire down once more, and Tree of Life just a tad bit too late to keep Athena on her feet. The burst of healing almost there, but NECC Fox, they've got space, he's got time, and what else can you ask for from this Sojourn player? Has been having the game of his life here on Junkertown. Might be the Crim's Red pick, but USM Huskies looking right at home in the final stretch. The nano boost on Athena, their last-ditch effort of keeping this objective alive, but yet another overclock is available. NECC Fox will be taken out, but at the cost of losing the payload. The round will end, and the USM Huskies, I mean, that's a full cap with time, Jesse. Tall mark for them to set.
Yeah, for those of you who maybe don't watch Junkertown a ton, because granted, we don't get to see it a ton, right?
No.
It's kind of a map that kind of just gets almost like shadow banned in a lot of these. Insane. It's absolutely insane for them to have a full cap with this much time. It's very much like Watchpoint Gibraltar in that standard. So, yeah, no, fantastic time bank here for the USM Huskies. And now it's Grim's Red. Again, their map pick. Gotta figure something out. And on the defense, the Sigma's arguably a little bit better than on offense. It can be a little bit more tricky to be aggressive with that experimental barrier. So that's why you see Athena, at least early on, saying, why not? Maybe we just have a little bit of a mirror here with the Roadhog.
Ooh. Hey, if it works on one side, why can't it work on the other? I'm not against this, honestly. On paper, I think the Crim's Red roster has the right idea of how they want to approach it, but they're very focused on one issue, right? And unfortunately for them, the USM Huskies, this is a multi-threat front that they're putting out, right? You put all your energy into Salmon, suddenly we see Low Iron or NECC Fox really start to come alive. So once we start to shift our gears over towards this attack, we'll have to see if the Roadhog out of Athena can not only say Salmon diff, but also put a bit of a dampener on what has been NECC Fox this whole game.
Ooh. Okay,
Nice
good hook
hook.
there from Athena to try and make something happen, but Salmon has plenty of healing to get out. So this will be now the question here for Athena. Can she find the same hook value that Salmon has found so far? And so far the answer is not quite, but as both Roadhogs is kind of whiffing a hook, but Nixie Fox ain't whiffing, that's for sure.
No, that's the second kill we've seen from him in like what, his
Already?
first 40 seconds. So he's just free firing. You focus so much on the Salmon, but a low iron gets another one to add to top of it. Can you get Salmon? No, Ophelia's there with the Suzu. Like USM Huskies, they're so used to every counter for this Roadhog coming out. Ophelia knows to be ready. There's just not much you can do when Salmon is pulled into a small room by another Roadhog. Perhaps that is a strategy they didn't account for. Tina has so much more space to work with all of a sudden and can start walking forwards and finishing off some stragglers. Or
yeah,
not.
they do get slept. Good little sleep there from Game Goblin, but yeah, now
Goodbye, Game
return to
Goblin.
sender, buddy. Athena with another hook, and this will be a lot of progress now for Grimm's Red as Fox Kimball. They'll just give up trying to play this at range. They'll actually try and help their tank a little bit more up front, as well as have that flank ability, but they won't have a Life Weaver this time.
No, but you do lose Salmon, so that is Salmon's third death of the map, if you can believe it, and has gotten better at shutting him down. Athena has, I think, put a lot of emphasis on this Roadhog, made it work so far, the nano boost, making sure she stays on her feet, and that's going to be a full cap from Grimm's Red, the best we've seen from them so far.
Yes, so far, great, and yeah, Athena has rose to the challenge here in this Roadhog mirror. And it was a worry for a little bit, but no, she's been doing a fantastic job so far and almost lands the hook to Salmon. Instead, Salmon's like, no, just please go away. Like, just please drop back down to into low ground. Let me heal up a little bit.
Oh,
Yeah.
almost a one clip there from Fox Campbell, but gets us down to left page. She's like, yeah, that's okay, you can live. And Latina, though, is going to hit both final blows onto the support, of all people, playing the honest sniper support. And Grimm's Red, you go ahead and take that at the range. And Fox Campbell, yeah, going to get shut down thanks to the recent Cassidy swap from low iron. But and it forces the Widowmaker away. And Salmon back on the Junker Queen.
Off of the Roadhog. So never thought we were going to see Salmon off of it. I won't lie, but they will go back over to the Junker Queen, which they tried to start this series on. Now Nana goes on to Nixie Fox and makes something happen.
And Nixie Fox has kind of been the star player for Junkertown, at least with the Huskies, and already looking to keep with that rhythm. That's 2 down. The Tree of Life will make sure Thea stays alive. We're already down a couple players, so this needs to be traded out very fast. But Latino in such a safe spot, able to support the Roadhog from afar without worrying of getting dove. Another hook there from Thena. Finishes off Salmon. One shot
God.
low iron. This is just the day of the Roadhogs, and somehow the Grimm's Red are the ones winning it.
My goodness, the hooks are lining up. Game Goblin, Game Goblin's just having a little bit of a snipe off here with the Latino. And here we go, 4.5 minutes still for Grimm's Red. And all of a sudden, this is looking like we could have both teams finish with incredible time banks.
Yeah, like, unless USM Huskies, they gotta find their footing right now. Otherwise, you are in for a massive time bank. It's an aggressive TP forwards from Ophelia, but the rest of the team can't really turn onto the Kiriko because they're so worried about Fox Campbell kind of going down in the backline to really stay in this fight. Thena is now on the high ground, so the threat now lurks above you. Multiple angles you have to check. That hook won't quite hit, though. The knife and the biodite there, and because there's no Suzu for Thena, that time will be due going down to the Deadeye of low iron. Well played by the USM Huskies, and a much-needed fight win.
A much-needed fight just to stop the bleeding for a little bit. And just try and figure out, hey, like, okay, we're not on the back foot anymore. Where do we want to hold this? And I guess for Salmon, it's playing very close to the spawns here of Grimm's Red, and they'll actually play over on the high ground here, trying to find an early knife. There it is.
Oh, and that's a huge
beautiful
swing of the axe that landed out to 3 players. So much health going over to Salmon, and yeah, that's good too. Going down with each tank. That's a nail under the road. Oh, what is that? This payload's still moving, and Salmon is just chilling in the attacker spawn. That's not where you're supposed to be, buddy. Is he gonna rampage? The player's coming back? Or is he just gonna, doesn't even need the rampage? Goes for it, has the protection, Suzu. Life grip doesn't get enough done. Casey is down and is still looking for the Torbjorn. Ophelia is here with Salmon in the backline. This payload is still moving. Somebody has to turn around. Eventually, we get Thea. It's like, all right, hey, what's the holdup back there? Salmon is dealt with, and now the rest of the team for the Crims Red, they want to go forwards, but burned down is Thea, Nixie Fox, and Low Iron, pumping every single bullet possible, and we're just at another standstill.
That has to be one of the weirdest set of fights I have ever seen. Like, Thea gets nanoed. She gets both supports plus another one. Is just escorting cart away. Meanwhile, Salmon's chilling at the entryway for everybody else, kind of just being the guard, not letting anybody pass. And now the beautiful stick from Fox Campbell.
Salmon's gonna try to clutch this out, down several players. The Rampage onto 3. Low Iron there to help support the tank in his antics. But again, he's just behind the team with not a ton of help. And I don't think help is gonna be coming anytime soon. The Latino is like, I'll try my hand at a tank. Realizes I don't have the health pool for that. We'll back off. And Athena got caught up from the rest of the team. And Latino and Casey were so scared of Salmon just lurking that Athena just couldn't get the message in time.
Just very disruptive is this Junker Queen in ways that they're playing it almost as if they're still on Roadhog. A lot of these solo flanks and solo angles, and it's just forcing the Latino and KY's Naga just feel so awkward. They feel like they can't rotate anywhere because they always have the threat of a JQ.
And it's not only that, but there's 4 ultimates still that the USM Huskies have been holding on to. With only a minute left, Jesse, you can cycle those so easily into the point. And it's honestly the Huskies' fight to lose. They put Thea in the middle of nowhere. Low Iron has yet another Deadeye kill to his name. And again, perfectly played. And only using the Deadeye, I think that's best case scenario for them.
Yeah, and the Latino needs to live here, you would think.
There's no way. There's no way.
God,
Latino,
Salmon is just not giving up on this.
Salmon lives too. Like, that's almost the crazier part.
They're above the spawn. They are above the Grim spawn.
Whoa!
And are now going back in for more, and they almost find Fox Campbell right away. And eventually do. What in the hell is going on?
This is working. Do you remember how we talked about at the beginning of this game how Tracer Genji is so good because you control a section of the map that's not the front line? Salmon is basically the Tracer for the USM Huskies right now. Built up another rampage. There's only 10 seconds remaining, and Thea is getting chased down as the prey and the bounty has been set on the head of the Grimm's Red tank. She will fall. 2 seconds left remaining, and there will be a touch, but it's not a good one. Fox Campbell hit with the rampage at the last second from Salmon. The nano boost just doubles the damage onto the backline, and the USM Huskies might not have been their map pick, but my goodness, did they make it work in the most unconventional way possible. That's a 2-0 lead now. Match point for USM.
Well, you can't say we didn't promise you some funky games.
That's
exactly what we're getting right now. I will say Thea definitely showed up to the challenge on the Roadhog, forced the swap, but it was the JQ swap later on from Salmon that made the difference here for the Huskies. And like I said, like they're playing it as if they're on a flanker. Like they play it as if they're on flex DPS, to where you're kind of holding this off angle, making sure like the supports aren't in super comfortable positions. You're kind of ignoring the opposite tank for the majority of the game. But it's just a 450 health Junker Queen who can pull you and has lifesteal and can just charge at you and have additional overhealth. It's a very daunting task, especially because nobody's scrimming against a flanking JQ on Junker Town. Like, nobody's scrimming this. So, no, it's just so incredibly difficult right now for Grimm's Red to find any sort of answer to this. And I don't blame them, because it's not like you play this every day.
No, not at all. And we get to see this from teams too, that it honestly works, right? If you play something that's so unconventional that they don't know what hit him. Because it's a massive adjustment that you have to make mid-game. It's not something that you prepare for, and suddenly your whole strategy looks very, very different. So you kind of have to think about, too, as they prepare for map 3, how can the Crims Red start to come back? Because they found their rhythm there for part of Junkertown, but as soon as Salmon switched his playstyle again, it was just back to the drawing board.
Yeah, it just felt like, you know, they had to kind of check notes like, oh, we don't know how to do this. We don't know how to deal with this. So they were almost like learning on the fly. And my hope is just like how they learned eventually how to deal with the Roadhog pick from Salmon, now they'll have an idea of how to deal with this Junker Queen.
Yeah, and that's kind of the hope of what we'll kind of look forward to map number 2. But, I mean, of course, it is important, though, that as we kind of head to a break, it's important to take care of yourself. And I know especially something for us gamers out there, especially like you and me, Jesse, we stare at screens a lot during our day. And it hurts. It really, really hurts. But that's why we have Buy Blue Light. They got us covered. You know, they have their blue light glasses. They help us keep us sharp, focused, and ready for victory without eye strain. So you can actually level up your game and protect your vision at the same time. And they're a wonderful partner of NECC. So make sure to go ahead and check out Buy Blue Light. It's BYE bluelight.com as the official eye care partner of NECC. But with that, though, we are going to go ahead, take a bit of a break here before we head into map number 3. Will USM get the full sweep today, or do the Crims Red roster still have more to say? We'll find out in just a couple of minutes. And we are back for the continuation of our Division 6 matchup. It's been a Northeastern banger so far, or at least banger in terms of this is incredibly entertaining, and we have had some decent back and forth on both of these maps. But the scoreline, as it is, Jesse, it is the University of Southern Maine leading to one more map win. Will guarantee them a match win here today in their series. Well, let's see. What else do the Crims Red have left in store for us? They gave us the unconventional map pick of Junkertown last time. They're going to do the complete opposite this time. By the book, Kings Row is where they're going to send us for map number 3. And we're going to start the reverse sweep.
You wonder, is a Roadhog or a Junker Queen ban on the horizon here from NEC? And the answer is yes. The Roadhog ban swiftly put in here by Grims Red. So just taking that completely out of the equation here for Salmon. I don't blame them at all. Right? Like, I just, with how good the Roadhog has been, not a shock. It will be one sub in here. Tombshire is back in now for Grims Red for KC. So back to the map 1 lineup here for NEC. But we saw it a little bit early. They wanted to run this Reinhardt. If you're gonna run Reinhardt in any map, like this is going to be the map to do it. So,
Salmon.
but we'll see. Is Salmon's on the Doomfist? am I seeing this right?
See, if you like just cover up Salmon in this composition, right? And I'm like, oh, this is a very reasonable, like, brawl-looking comp. You can hold chokes. You can have a great frontline presence. You take that off, like, oh. There's Doomfist. That is the opposite of I'm in your front line. That's it. I'm in your back line. I'm flanking, and I'm being a menace.
Yeah, I wonder how this dynamic will work with the Mei, because like you said, usually Mei is there to assist like a frontline tank and getting an elimination, whether it be, you know, Azaria, Ryan, what have you. Not as much a Doomfist. So, you know, that's how they're going to try and do it. They're going to try and wall off somebody and then have the punch be the follow-up.
Oh, it's like a backboard, you know?
Yeah.
I'm thinking like basketball. That doesn't really make sense. There's not a hoop here. Salmon just kind of goes in and does as he pleases. As Fox Campbell will just eat a couple of primary shots to the face. Salmon wraps around towards the back line. In the Grims Red, this is kind of what I want to see for them. Either turn and burn the Doomfist or focus on the back line. And right now the focus has been on the back line. That's both supports removed from the USM Huskies. If you can just force Salmon back a little bit, I'd say there's a chance to recover, but this is the kind of same issues they've been running into. Grims Red, they start to separate. They lose that hive mind focus of, you know, we all need to be doing the same thing. They split, they lose their tank, and suddenly Grims Red, they're kind of okay.
Yeah, it's just the split focus is going to be a little bit deadly here for Grims Red. And now Thena goes over to the Junker Queen, something we saw them on earlier. And already Hyper Squire finding an opening pick onto that Wu Yang, and that can open up the door.
You say that, but Thena hits the deck, and Hyper Squire, yeah, that's the second time you get a pick on the Game Goblin. This is support down from the USM Huskies, but it just doesn't matter. Look how much the attention is divided from the Grims Red, and they're constantly turning their heads indecisive about which direction they want to go, and it's Salmon, for the most part, been taking advantage of it. Low Iron Dew has had some great shots on the Icicles, but the Meteor Strike, I mean, that's just icing on the cake from what the Huskies needed in that situation.
Oh yeah, that's just perfect there from the Huskies, and already half the time bank gone, and nothing to really show for it so far from Grims Red. As I believe that sonar from Hyper Squire will at least, yeah, it'll reveal that Salmon is there. Javelin though does miss from Thena. Now the Blizzard online for Lorion.
Yeah, and Low Iron's actually going to use it to zone off this. Oh no, but the Kitsune Rush doesn't really do enough. Yeah, no, that's just a big Blizzard into the back line, catches the two around the corner, and if the Grims Red can get enough trade out, I'd say it's worth it. And Thena, I mean, that's two. There's definitely a chance, but Salmon is booking it back from spawn. Game Goblin will live. There's definitely a contest to be set up.
Oh yeah, there will definitely be a contest, especially with Salmon on the Doomfist. Like, yeah, no, you're asking for some sort of setup. Ophelia will have the Kitsune Rush when she gets back into this, and Nixie Fox with the Blade as well. So there will be an answer, and here we go.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush first instantly. Tombshire finds a kunai to the face, and everyone else is surging back into the game. Nixie Fox to grab one with the unsteed Dragon Blade.
Oh.
And Tina commits this Terra Surge. Will end up getting Game Goblin. Didn't have that wave to kind of speed out of there, but at the end of the day, it's just a stagger, an ult down the drain, and only 60 seconds left for Grimm's Red on the attack.
Yeah, no, Salmon though stuck in a little bit of an awkward spot. We'll be able to get out, and at least 2 ticks here for Grimm's Red. They don't have as much progress. Now, you only need to win 1 quick fight, and it will be first phase out of the way. Maybe looking for this Dragon Strike to help separate the backline here of the Huskies. Try and find an opener onto Ophelia or Game Goblin.
And we've been looking for that opening shot, but it's more so just buying space right now. Tombshire will definitely help the team. The sound barrier used to surge the team forwards, and I actually don't see the tidal wave get too much value as Game Goblin ended up going down with Grimm's Red. That is an advantage you cannot ignore. That is a, what, 3v2 now? Or really just Salmon versus the world at this point. And Thena happy to help run him down with her supports. That'll be a first point capture, 230, as his payload starts to move. But honestly, Jesse, this is where it starts to get more challenging.
Yeah, a whole lot more narrow angles here. You know, Salmon will make a swap off the Doomfist. And now on to the Hazard, which both teams have banned in previous maps. So the first time it's even been eligible. A great wall there from a Low Iron. That gets Game Goblin out barely. And that could have been a devastating stagger, because now with the Wuyong still here, they can play this a little bit closer to Library.
Yeah, Game Goblin definitely owes Low Iron a cookie for that play. As the wave there to help get teams out of the Terra Surge. No one actually ended up taking the damage, but the Blizzard into the backline prevented a lot of the follow-up the Grimm's Red were hoping for with the massive AoE slow. So we're kind of just back to square one. The payload rounding the second corner. Dead on the line for Fox Campbell. This has mainly been used to buy space so far, but not even an opportunity to use it. And an icicle between the eyeballs will go ahead and send him straight back. And yeah, this needs to be a fast reset out of Grimm's Red, trying to squeeze as much as they can out of this point. End up getting the pick on Salmon. I'd say that'd be okay if Thena wasn't about to get staggered this bad. Well, maybe she lives.
Yeah,
Never mind.
Thena's going to live, and now, yeah, look at this. She's gonna be like, I'm not done with this fight. Goes right back in.
And Nixie Fox not in a good place. Tries to dash in, trade it for his life, but yeah, will be dealt with. Not sure about the Kitsune Rush there, considering it was really only the 2 players in range to be affected. Low Iron, just a sniper on the Mei, which is always something to be scared about, but not ideal, certainly. See what Grimm's Red are going to be able to accomplish with this. Another Terra Surge online for Thena. Completely ignores the damage thanks to the Fortify form. But what does it actually get done? It's only Tombshire ends up going down. The Dragon Strike is there, but the Dragon Blade, gotta say, looking a little bit better in that situation. And USM Huskies gonna get them down to 1 fight territory.
I did like the call there to go with the Terra Surge, because it at least stops the Tidal Blast there from Game Goblin on a Salmon. You know, you save your backline, but it's just not enough. And now, whole lot of ultimates go into that fight. It's just Blizzard versus Kitsune Rush, the only ultimates left on the board here with 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, Blizzard is out. Doesn't seem to catch anybody on Grimm's Red. They did check the weather before they went outside today, but unfortunately Athena did not prepare for the icicle onslaught that Low Iron had prepared for her in the front. And yeah, this composition got a whole lot more unstoppable with having a more stable item in the front line. Low Iron could do as he please, and payload will halt just shy of a second point. Now, Grimm's Red, it's not a ton of space to defend, but it's better than getting full held.
Yeah, no, that's true. I think the Blizzard, even though it didn't get any eliminations, it just completely isolated Thena. Right, but she's still just kind of sitting there in that main choke. Everybody else had to back up towards the Mega Health Pack, and nobody was there to, you know, have any sort of damage support and just anything for the tank. So little bit, yes, no eliminations directly from it, but an indirect assist on the Blizzard there. And now, like I said, basically just need to get close to capturing second phase for the Huskies to finish this series off, move on to 2-2 with just 2 weeks to go. And I'm not even going to talk about the giant Samoan man that is being teased right now from the Huskies. Even though if you have a bingo card tonight and which heroes are being played, you're actually probably in a very decent spot. We've seen a lot of different looks tonight.
Yeah, Salmon has a fantastic hero pool, I will say. Dina too. I mean, we've cracked for pretty much most of the tanks so far. Yeah,
Somehow Diva is
what
like
do we
one
not
of the
like
only
Diva?
ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it literally just Diva?
It's been
might just be
Diva and
We've literally
What-
seen everything else.
we've seen. Yeah. No, it's legit.
Wow.
It's legit just Diva. Of all the
That's
heroes to
crazy.
not see,
I
wow.
Wow. Look at that. Well, we do get the big snowman, Jesse. See, we're not in fact baited. Salmon decides to add that officially to our Overwatch tank bingo. Dinglot and Ophelia both got chunked low, so Salmon goes in perhaps prematurely. Does eventually have the support behind him to be okay, but there's that devastating May wall that we've been kind of looking for. Low Iron has been having the game here on the May. Knows King's Row is good for it. As I say that, he is now dead. Can't say the same for Clocks Campbell, though. Still a chance for the USM Huskies to pull this through. Salmon, though, no cardiac overdrive, ended up exposing that and is still going to continue forwards, but there's so much pressure. The Javelin pushed him even further away from the rest of the team. That Suzu was nice, sure, but you just don't have the stain without that cardiac overdrive. It was used a little early in that sense. And yeah, the USM Huskies, they really had it, but Salmon went too far, too fast.
Yeah, you have to really time now when you use that cardiac overdrive, and you got to make sure if you're going to use it, you have to go full send in that moment. Because if you do it at any other time, it's just so easy for the opposing team to knock you down.
Speaking of knocking you down, that's a very early Kitsune Rush built by that Latino. Although you wouldn't think it is the Kitsune Rush of the
Nixie
USM
Fox?
Huskies, because Nixie Fox comes up with a triple kill in the back line while everyone is so focused on rushing forwards. They didn't assess the threat from behind. Not just Star in the hit scan, but clearly this Genji as well.
Yeah, that was just out of nowhere. It's like, okay, great aggression from Grimm's Red. Try to take advantage of the Kitsune Rush early. And Nixie Fox just completely shuts it down. Just close to 5 minutes on the time bank to go. 97 meters here for the Huskies. And they still have plenty of ultimates to go. And if they can already set up past Archway, that's exactly where Grimm's Red would want to hold. It's a major blow.
Oh,
Oh,
but
good
the Suzu,
Suzu.
though, was fantastic. That was about to be a cage fight and disaster for Grimm's Red. The Latino, the only reason why that team is still standing right now. USM Huskies, they got to back up because the Grimm's Red, they are looking for more. Anyone who dares to stay too far up, and in this case, it was Low Iron, ends up using the Blizzard, and perhaps it ends up working out for them. That's two players that are frozen up, but they only managed to get the one since the Terror Serpentina was used. Cage fight now available. Salmon returns to the fight, and that is all she wrote for that one. Scrappy as it might have been, USM Huskies, they still look like they're in control.
Yeah, just a parting shot from Low Iron. Really, okay, if you're gonna kill me, I'm sending out Blizzard. And at least get what? Tombshire freezes the Latino. They have to TP out, and Thena's forced to use the Terra Surge just to try and live for a little bit longer. So that is a genius ultimate there from Low Iron. And now 3.5 minutes, just 30 minutes to go. Grimm's Red got to be ready for a last second touch.
But it's not going to be an easy one. Ophelia, very fast to lay out the blue carpet, and do end up losing her, actually. Losing a Kiriko versus a Sojourn. Not fantastic, you got to say, for the Huskies, but fantastic is what they work with. Salmon goes even
Point.
deeper into the back end. Are they going to have a touch? Look how far forward they are. Blizzard is committed just to keep the pressure away from the tank in the back line for like a half second longer. The Maywalls are everywhere. Salmon is still playing tank like a flanker, but it doesn't matter. Everyone's looking at the Mauga, who's looking at Nixie Fox's Genji. Sly as a fox and sneaking through to find these hidden opportunities that you wouldn't even think to look for. And last second effort out of Hyper Squire has this overclock up and ready, but it's just not enough. The USM Huskies will get their second win of their Division 6 season.
Yeah, the Huskies sweep this one 3-0 to improve to 2-2. And all of a sudden, they are right back in the race here in Division 6. GG's the both teams. Honestly, Grimm's Red, definitely some takeaways that they can, have, some positive ones, and some moments here and there. Thena, I think, had a fantastic game still, even though, man, it was such a daunting task. You have Saman on the other side, who is just absolutely dominant and crazy on any tank they played. I do feel like Thena stepped up multiple times for this team, but it just felt like the consistency was not directly on their side and more on the side of the other team. So And what just a wild start for the night though for us. My goodness.
I love it. Like, it's Division 6 Overwatch. I really hope we do get to see more of divisions around this area, because it does have a lot of potential. And for these players too, like, you're typically not going to be seeing, like, this is teams who come together, they play on a team because it's cool, it's fun. You get to be in college, you might get a scholarship for it, you might just have some extra thing to do, and it's a great social activity. And if you're able to come together and do these really fun play styles with it too, like, all to you, right? USM seemed to thrive in the chaos. That's kind of the theme for today. They caused the chaos, they lived in it, and they just proceeded to make it even better for them. So I am interested to see where that goes in the rest of the season, if they'll continue to be in the middle of the pack team, or if they can start to attend towards the top 2.
No, I would love to see these teams go at it in playoffs. Like, I would love to see it again, because I think once, both teams, now that they have a general idea of how each other play, the game plans and the scouting might be a little bit better, to where I think we might be throwing haymakers a little bit there. But you know what's also fantastic, Molly? Fantastic Wenzel's Farm meat sticks. Made right in Wisconsin. Goes great with gaming. Of course, as a Wisconsin, I am a little, just a little biased, right? But no, they're fantastic. So many incredible flavors. Make sure you go check them out. One of the fantastic partners here at NECC. And, support our business. We've been going on for almost 50 years now. Crazy.
Oh, wow. That's pretty impressive, too. And hey, extra good news for you guys. You have plenty of time to go ahead and
go
check them out.
Yeah.
You do, because we are going to head to a bit of a longer break before we prepare for our Division 1 matchup. It'll be UC Santa Cruz, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Taking on California State Long Beach. There we go. 2 California schools heading it off for Division 1, and that will be happening in approximately 1 hour. We'll see you back in those 60 minutes. Make sure to check out Wenzel's Farm in the meantime and prepare for Division 1 Overwatch.
Feels so hard to breathe. Why does it feel so hard to breathe? So hard to breathe. Never found, but these voices bring me to my knees. Again, why do you waste your light on me? Again, feeling the ground collapse on me. fools. Serpents, daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. I'm gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that, so what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I've been in the good times already. You can see it on my face, I know. No more racing, we got it. We could reach it, yeah, we got it. Oh, I'm feeling good like that, so what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? You have habits just like me. Talk too much with strangers. Get way too serious around family. seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Follow the light of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me. In your eyes I see there's a place
Nothing cuts quite like a memory, especially one that you're trying to forget. But I can't find the energy to rewind and reset. I know you don't wanna be used, but you use me to build up. You build up to break me down. How does it feel? How does it feel to knock me around? I won't make a sound. I won't make a sound until I hit the ground. I won't make a sound. So don't shoot me down. Alright, we're not broken. We're just getting off the ground. Sometimes I lack the bravery, 'cause I know I fear the end. One day we'll see a victory. Carry on until the sun will shine to break me down. How does it feel? How does it feel tonight?
I stand back and I watch you explore in perfect visions like I've been here before. Falling faster, I try to ignore. I see you, I see you. I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. Tell me this is real and it will never end. This is not what I came here to find. Memories show that I'm out of time. See a shadow, don't know if it's mine, but I see you, I see you, I see you, I see you, I see you. Way too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Not that you're gone, I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. I can't seem to.
been a while. Not really. It's been about an hour. But that means we still have plenty more Overwatch to go through before the end of our week today. Again, NECC week 5 of competition, well past that halfway mark. And especially as we've gotten this far, we start to look at a variety of things, right? Especially for our Division 1 teams who might have gotten off to a slower start this season. And I think that's where we're kind of focusing for the remainder of our day today. The University of Santa Clara will be taking on California State Long Beach in a California matchup, which is pretty cool, for their game tonight. And this is a pretty must-win game for both of them, if you look at where the records currently stand.
Yeah, I will say Santa Cruz, not Santa Clara.
Santa Clara's, yep.
There's so many California schools.
I know. Here's the thing. I was looking right at it when I said it too. I have it in front of me. Oh boy.
You know what? It's the battle for California. It's the battle for the West. And again, these are two teams who they had fantastic ends of the spring, right? Fantastic bursts, especially CSULB. They kind of burst onto the scene last semester as a team to be reckoned with. And then this semester, both teams, they've had some good results, and they've had some results that kind of left us scratching our heads a little bit. Like, both these teams got swept by Illinois Wesleyan, and, you know, both these teams now looking to try and, you know, turn it over a little bit, because this group in Division 1 is pretty much wide open for the most part.
It is, and I think that they're in a reasonable spot, and it's been a slower start, yes, but these are both two rosters that I think that are in more of a rising point, right? That we don't necessarily fully consider them to be like very, very, very top tier competing for the best in collegiate, but they're also close to that. They're getting close to being in that bubble conversation. They're in that bubble conversation, right? So going against each other here, I think is also going to be a good indicator of where they stand. The closest marker we have for them right now is their matchup against Arcadia. Both went to 5. The Slugs lost, whereas CSULB ended up winning. So, long series. That was as of either last week and the week before for each roster. On paper, this was going to be a close match. Whether that will actually be the case is what's determining. I think CSULB, they're coming in off of that win. Boltaro in particular, that's a player that has been on this team for a while, and we're pretty used to seeing being a leader, especially in that DPS role. I think him in particular gives me a lot of confidence heading into that game for CSULB.
No, he's always one of the top players, right? Like, whenever you see him in a lobby, you know the pop-off potential is there, and that's one of the big reasons why Long Beach is really, you know, sprung onto the scene as it has. But Santa Cruz are just so solid. Like, sometimes you look at this roster like, hey, there's nobody that screams out like, oh my god, this is such a ridiculous player. But they do everything right. Like, they do all the fundamentals right. They have fantastic communication, and they just do all the little things. And we've seen that from teams sometimes, to where they'll have these exponential rises, not because of one certain player or one certain recruit, but just because you can tell the team is firing on all cylinders, and they fully trust each other. And that's kind of the way the Slugs have gone at it for a little bit after, you know, they used to be one of the top teams back in, you know, 2020, 2021. But this is a new era of the Slugs, and it's been really refreshing to see them kind of pop up here in the bubble scene.
Yeah, and I think, again, we're looking at a team from last year that has particularly had a great end to their season and has been continuing to rise up in CSULB versus the UCSC Slugs, who continue to punch up, right? That this is a good benchmark. Can they beat the previous rising team, if that makes any sense? And in my head, it definitely does. Like, this should not be a sweep in any spectrum of the woods. It depends on when we get there. We are in a very open meta, which again can play well, but that also puts in greater emphasis on bans, in my opinion, because what you pick and choose will either have very minimal impact or it can be entirely game changing depending on your prep. Of course, we're going to start it on Lijiang Tower, as most of our matches typically do for the control point, so we get a mix of everything in terms of compositions to start.
Yeah, it's not a shock, right? Like, we've talked about it a few times on there. It is the new Kings Row. Because even Kings Row doesn't get picked as much. It's still picked an egregious amount, don't get me wrong. But I feel like Lijiang Tower has surpassed it a little bit as kind of the consistent. We almost see this map every series, unless it is a set map pool going into it. Like, not Watchpoint, but Antarctic is just sitting there like, help, Like nobody likes picking us, please. But no, it's gonna be interesting because obviously a lot of the dive elements we saw it last game. Some rush elements can be thrown in as well. I don't think we're going to see the Roadhog here. I'll be completely honest.
Never say never, Jesse.
Never say never. But I have a feeling we're not seeing the Roadhog here. Both of these teams, I feel we'll see a lot of Hazard and Zarya if I had to put my money on it. But let's see what the bans are doing. Both teams, we hear from our producer, really thinking hard on these bans. Really wanted to make sure they start off on the right foot, because if these teams, let's say we have another Arcadia situation and it goes 5, winning map 1 can make a massive difference, because it more than likely you're having to get the map pick for map 5, and it will be Hazard taken out by CSULB and Lucio banned here from the Slugs.
Yeah, both. The Hazard is a very, I think, standard ban in general. A hero that is, since its release, been towards the top of strong. Still very much up there in terms of dive options, so makes sense especially for Lijiang Tower. Lucio has fallen back with the rise of Wuyong, but still getting him off in a map that is very speed heavy. It kind of limits your options a little bit more if you're wanting to heavy commit to a dive. So I'm still expecting more of this Wuyong Kiriko to be the forefront of our support comps. Maybe a Juno if you're feeling frisky, but it's probably just the Wuyong Kiriko.
Yeah, Wuyong's just so good. Like, he's so fun. I won't lie. He's at least not like a boring or super simple hero they add to the game. Like, you actually have to have great resource management to play Wuyong great. And we've kind of seen that some of the top ones in North America really do that well. So let's see if the flex supports here or the main supports, depending on. I've seen it actually gone both ways.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes the traditional flex support takes it. Most of the time it's the main support. But we've kind of seen everybody kind of throw their own ring and their hat in the ring on how you want to play this hero. But it is sad to see the Lucio ban, because it is, boop heaven over on Night Market, so we won't be able to see that. Maybe that's the Lucio player and me maybe mourning a little bit, but those should be really intriguing. I think more of like the Zarya, Winston, Diva than if we're not going to see the Hazard.
That sounds about right. And hey, Diva is the one tank we haven't checked off.
We haven't seen yet tonight.
Our Overwatch Bingo tank card. So if you got to catch into our last series, we saw every tank but Diva. There you go. That sums it up. Shout out Division 6 for some very spicy gameplay, as we would like to call it. But yeah, Diva I think is very strong right now. Right up there, I think, alongside our Hazards and our Zaryas. When we're seeing Diva take a backseat, I think it's because the Zarya exists. It can be a bit of annoying to play around her. Not impossible, but it definitely hinders you to a degree. So if Zarya is on the table, I think that's your most likely option. Potentially a Winston, but he's kind of squishy lately. That's why Hazard's been the peak. We probably won't see any of those here, though, Jesse, since we are starting out on Control Center, which is our one little brawly map of the 3.
Yeah, a little more brawly. So this is probably where we'll see the Zarya, especially. Unless we see, Ramatra's been in and out. I wouldn't say Ramatra's completely out of the meta. I just feel like Zarya's more dynamic. And, well, right now we have neither. CSULB, what are we cooking here? I want to say, I would love a Ryan 1v1. I love it as anybody else, even though we already had a missed shatter in game 1 today as well. But it will be, CSULB, I'm not even going to say it. They've been like 4 heroes in like 5 seconds. UCSC going more of the dive route here still, even though it is Control Center, which it will be Mackie eventually deciding. Tank number 5, I guess, is the right one. Ramatra. So maybe a little bit better for Outlaw than initially thought.
Potentially.
And we got a pause.
I would say that, hey, if the game actually happened, I would say that would be better. Honestly, a little shocked they're rolling out on Diva, considering
a little bit, yeah.
The potential that Zarya was there and is still pretty good at that point, but I digress. So yeah, Ramatra to start us off, and the Wuyong Kiriko. I'm sorry if you're a support player in the age of 2025, you don't have a ton of options. You're the one role that doesn't really apply to, but you got Wuyong, you got Kiriko. You're kind of set. Those are very fun support heroes, like, compared to like the Lucio Brig that we used to be stuck in.
Yeah, we could be in a Mercy meta.
It was a dark time. It was a dark time. Well, some
We
people
could be in
like
a
the
mercy meta where you're just like just pumping a teammate with damage amp. Like
When
you
was
know,
that?
we oh god, was that
Was
like
it 2020?
2018? I'm thinking like old like 6v6. What was it like? Was
I
it,
thought-
don't know
I'm
if it was
thinking, like, I
Lucio
think it's
Mercy or like
2020.
Zen Mercy.
Oh, you're thinking like way back.
Oh,
I
I'm
was
no, I'm
thinking,
going
like,
into the archives. Yeah, I'm going
okay.
into the archives.
I was thinking like
a
the
little bit
Ash
here.
Mercy pocket thing that
Oh
situation
god.
we had. I think that was 2020.
Yeah,
But
that was like
yeah.
2020, 2021. All right, don't take me back. Even as an Ash player, I don't take me back. But no, this is at least a very fun meta for supports, even if it isn't super dynamic. But we've even seen like occasionally on dive maps we'll still see Ana Brig. Sometimes we'll see the Lucio Kiriko whenever Wu Yang is banned. But yeah, it does feel like Wu Yang has to be banned for Lucio to be played. Unless you're just not comfortable with the hero, which he's been out for a while now, so I would kind of hope that, most supports are. But we'll be going back in soon. Hopefully everything is wrapped up as yeah, as soon TM according to our producer. And hey, it was at least before any fight started. So it's not like, we have a mid-fight pause where, somebody's like in the middle of a shot
Yeah.
or something.
I don't even know if they made eye contact yet. Like they
I
probably
don't
even
know.
know
Maybe
each other's
just like a cross map, like, oh, hello.
Maybe
Like,
heard some like
that's-
Freya tiptoeing around the corner, perhaps. But
There we
we are
go.
just going to send it right back in. Symmetra is being held for both teams here. It does appear that it was outlawed to DC, so UCSC will be taking their approach a little bit slower while they wait for their tank to get back into the mix. Symmetra, another hero who's kind of found her footing, more so in like European Pro, but is very strong, particularly on this map since how close quarter it is. But Supernova, who cares about close range if you can just snipe Voltaro's head across the map? It doesn't really matter that way. Outlaw fighting the one person he probably shouldn't in the Symmetra, does actually end up finishing off in the Baby Diva form, but there you go. UCSC had to take their time, but eventually got the job done.
Yeah, and we talked about like this Diva. This is like the one around you wouldn't think the Diva would be played, but
Yeah.
no, so far it's working out. And I think it's more you just have to cancel out Voltero because the Freya, it's Junkrat but with darts, right? Like it's just you're gonna
Skilled
be spamming
Junkrat.
a lot of chokes, but it feels a lot like Junkrat. So even if you eat up half of that damage, a third of that damage, it's going to help your squishies a lot.
Unless Boltaro just decides to face check the entirety of UCSC. A bit bold there. Mackie, though, hung around a bit too long for his own good, so even if Boltaro gets these kills, unless it's a double two!
Okay.
What in the world, Boltaro? Alright, I spoke too soon. I said at the beginning of the game, because I knew this guy was going to pop off, he didn't fight number 2.
Yeah, what in the world? This is why Freya is still playable, everybody. Even though you would think Sojourn would be better here, just because with it being a little bit close range, having that disruptor shot is fantastic. But if you can land these alternate explosive shots from the Freya, it's deadly, right? Like a squishy could go from 250 to 0 really fast. So that'll be an issue here the Slugs have to deal with as Kitsune Rush gets used.
It's Quaver already down. UCSC, they got plenty of ults to kind of just vibe while all of this chaos goes on. I don't think CSULB really have any intention of pushing forwards, though. Hashtagagram ends up using the Tidal Blast just to stay up, or more so make sure Outlaw can kind of dive, too. We saw Psyche do the same thing, but Outlaw's just so far from getting a remake. Somehow gets a trade on the back end of that. It doesn't really matter, though. You're down a tank. Mackie's already back into the fight, and Boltaro already has another one! Gets 2 off of the bullet shot. I think that's a new record for bullet shot kills, like, in a single round.
Yeah, position ult that doesn't normally get eliminations, right? It's usually like a setup to at least try and get a few people together. But no, 4 eliminations already.
Yeah, I mean, it was cool. While it lasted, Voltaro eventually, though, did get burnt down. Ran out of mobility cooldowns, and Mackie is left fighting a very microwave-friendly Fox Deluxe in the front line. So a bit of a reset there for CSULB, but they got tools to work with for a re-engage.
Yeah, but not Fox's Deluxe. They are already setting up near choke with the turrets, trying to play a little bit close range. The worry is, though, yes, you have a TP to get out, but they also have a TP to go in.
They'll make it work. Suzu is out, and Baki knows it. LJ Shark using the Kitsune Rush backwards
that.
to try to one away from the fight. Yeah, I really do like that. That's not a very common use of the ultimate, but I didn't expect anyone else to be in the kill feed. It's Boltaro. Shocker. Focus Deluxe is down with the Symmetra out of the way. So much more space for Mackie to take, essentially for free at this point. Outlaw has no desire to be in front of those punches, gets demeched anyways. That bullet shot ends up going a bit wide. Boltaro's job already done. And this is either going to be a stagger onto Outlaw, or they're just going to burn time that, I mean, honestly, CSULB, they don't have time. The Kitsune Rush is popped from Davin Ninja. He very well knows the desperate situation that UCSC are in, forcing them back to the spawn with 90% left.
Yeah, for Psych, she's at least able to find one on the hashtag, so that will help a little bit, but like you said, somebody's got to touch.
I don't even think they get it, though. That was so well played, though, by CSULB, identifying when USC had the resources, or rather didn't, for them to actually sustain, and made great opportunities from the map, or just Boltaro, and you take that as you will, because it's Boltaro.
Yeah, Boltaro happened. Like, that's that's really about it. 5.5k damage almost already for the Freya, 9 eliminations. Even though you look at the eliminations, it's leaning towards UCSC, right? Like a lot more, you know, team kills. Dabbing Ninja only has 1 elimination. Mackie only has 3. And yet, it is CSULB Gold who wins the round 1 because they just played the macro extremely well. And like you said, knowing that, hey, it's 85%. If we just play this fast, even if we lose 1 or 2 people, it's okay, because they are not going to have anywhere near enough time to be able to get over to point to touch.
Yeah, and I think it will be a little bit different here, though, because the Symmetra loses a lot of power, and the D.Va gets stronger, which Focus Deluxe is going to stick on the Sim. Not necessarily just get to the point, but I guess more so to be a terror to Mackie and just control more space without having to exactly be in it. That even though I'm already demeched, it's been a rough go-around for Outlaw to synergize with some of the DPS on where he's able to go, or even where he's allowed to go, just with the amount of pressure that Boltaro is putting down.
Yeah, it just feels off. I'm not sure about you, but it just feels like, and for a team that we talked about in the pregame, that usually it's a lot about you. They do the little things right, the communication's there. It's just been a little off so far. Outlaw seems to be out on his own a little bit more often than I would typically like to see. So no, hopefully, let's see if the Slugs can maybe clean it up a tiny bit here. As Quaver already looking, but most of the team TB's out.
Oh! Yeah, but they weren't expecting Supernome to switch over to the Cassidy. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and Supernome gets a second DPS down here. Recent Cassidy swap paying off in dividends, and it's kind of how the hero goes. You throw a flashbang, shut somebody down, click heads, and that's basically a fight won. So it looks a lot better. Again, if Outlaw can be in a spot where Supernome and Fox's Deluxe can follow up.
Yeah, they almost use that TP as bait to see if Quaver would go in and try and dive onto Psych, because Psych's just sitting there, kind of almost waiting to go in TP, but Quaver does not see Supernome. So as soon as they go in to try and take out the Wuyong, Flash is there, Supernome takes out the Tracer early, and is able to win it from there.
Let's see what else they're able to pull away from it, though. CSU will be gold. Definitely better ults for the time being. But the Kitsune Rush will be mirrored. It's just a matter of who wants to pull the trigger first. And I guess it's just Supernome clicking heads before the ultimates are known. But if there's one thing we've seen from CSULB, it's been these comebacks. They're calm, cool, and collected. Can trust in Boltaro to kind of clean these up. I mean, Supernome is just on something here in Gardens. Finally has these sight lines to work with and is using that to its fullest potential. It's kind of too many bolts to be stuck with, though. I don't think you should peek. Ends up going down eventually, but you get to see the tank come back. Outlaw is demeched, though. As soon as the bolt-on barrier comes out, Focus Deluxe almost taking the role of the new tank in this situation. Mackie doesn't have the health bar to sustain. Dabbing Ninja out of LOS, trying to burn down Outlaw before the rematch can happen, which they do, but at the cost of the life of the Kiriko. Mackie forcing a fast re-engage with the Battle Blast on his back. Will manage to live, even uses this extra boost that you get out of the Annihilation, excuse me, but again, it's just Supernome's game. Flicking heads back to back, and this is, I have a feeling, Jesse, this is just going to be Supernome versus Boltaro. Who can get more done in a fight? And right now, it's absolutely the Cassidy.
Yeah, it's been the battle of the hit scans so far, and Supernome winning it so far here on Gardens. Yeah, CSULB are able to get some decent percentage during that. They get to one fight territory, but no, this Cassidy has been unbelievable so far in round 2. Quaver, though, has the pulse bomb now. I got a feeling that Cassidy's top of the list.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, Cassidy shouldn't be getting this much value, I think, into a rush comp as it has been, but here we are, apparently. Superdome just hits the heads before it happens. Quaver gets a little distracted with the TP, potentially thinking about throwing a pulse bomb, but couldn't find the angle, but you're gonna need to now, but it's just too late. Superdome already found the limb that he's been looking for this whole time, and we're reaching that final fight territory, and it's going to have to be a very fast reset from UCSC, or CSULOB, excuse me. They got the tank, like, everything's so scrappy, right? It's down to the wire, but when it comes to these, like, long, drawn-out fights, you're at 91%, Jesse. Ooh, someone's got to make a move.
And I love that TP from Fox's Deluxe. He has no care in the world. TP's in. Is able to take out Dabbing Ninja, and that slows this attack down. But Bola shot eliminates Psych.
Yeah, it's Baltaro is just on it with these bullet shots. And he, like, it's such a hard ultimate to get value out of. So the fact he converts it into an Elim nearly every time is kind of ridiculous. Again, it's a diva, mind you. But this is the final fight, though. It is UCSC. They are in charge at the point, and Fox's Deluxe and Outlaw coming up with one apiece. Superdome on the flank, looking for Boltaro, and will deny the touch forwards. Stop Dabbing Ninja from climbing over the wall. And UCSC, I would say they looked more comfortable, but the majority of that was Superdome.
You know, Superdome woke up. Like, just put them on Cassidy for whatever reason. Absolutely popping off. 20 kills now for the Cassidy. Nearly 10,000 damage. Just, yeah, you look at the damage numbers, right? Almost 10,000 for both Boltaro and Superdome. Relatively close in eliminations. He's just unreal here. The battle of the DPS. And, yeah, both are going to stick to their guns. Superdome on the cast. Boltaro on the Freya, and now we'll see here the TPs are back out here for both teams. And I wonder, you know, sometimes you just TP out of spawn, but it looks like both teams will be playing for the TP on the point.
Yeah, this is pretty standard, especially since they stuck it in Control Center. It makes sense you'd want to pull out the Symmetra. Again, here, you already have the perks online too, so it's even more power towards that particular pick. We'll see if they can work with it. While it is CSULB got already in control, but UCSC are just trying to, like, divide and provide pressure, but you kind of lost the carry pick in that sense, who's been getting most of those first eliminations early. Not too much reason for UCSC to stick around with Mackie walking up as far as he is.
Yeah, and even though, yes, the punches during Nemesis form, it doesn't get hit with that defense matrix. Overall, it's not a bad matchup for Outlaw, but no, CSULB, they played that really well. Just playing it from the outside, trying to poke out, force an awkward position, and Superdome will be forced off of the hit scan. They will go over to the Reaper to make Mackie's life a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, what is it even calling this? Naked Reaper without the Zarya? Especially with some of the slight nerfs towards the Wraith form. It's been harder to get value out of that pick. But again, we're just kind of back to the same story. If Outlaw isn't exactly on the same page as where the DPS are going, gets demeched very early on into this engagement. So you either have to wait, very, very safe while your D.Va gets back up, but you don't. You lose LJ Shark because Mackie has free reign with no tank in his face, gets Outlaw before the mech can even be reached, and that's so much time gained for CSULB.
Yeah, that fight took so long to develop. They were waiting for Outlaw to get back in mech, and then still CSULB are able to hold the line without using any ultimates as well, Molly. So they will have 4 ultimates, potentially even the Photon Barrier late in this fight from Quaver. And this feels like do or die here for UCSC, because CSULB, they should be able to roll it from here.
You're going to have to move pretty fast if you're UCSC. You're likely not getting a second fight unless you just TP to point, get the full cap. That is actually huge in the long scheme of things. And Superdome just to sit down Boltaro in that high ground skirmish, starting to climb alive on his 3rd hero pick of the round, mind you, in the Sojourn. But can they actually continue to pull this out? Because CSULB, they still have 4, almost 5 ultimates. I mean, this is the macro gameplay of this team that we've been highlighting for a very, very long time. They know when they have the advantage. They know when to play safe. And they see, again, Outlaw can easily be punished in this sense. Gets blown to bits. Doesn't even have the opportunity to use the self-destruct to re-mech. And suddenly CSULB, the floodgates are open. Every single shiny button has been pressed from their side. And it is just carnage left in the remnants of UCSC.
And it looks like we have a DC potentially here from UCSC. Yeah, Outlaw lagged out. So maybe that's why we see Outlaw kind of in no man's land during that fight, because maybe just the lag got the better of them. Well, we're going to try and figure that out here for the Slugs. In the meantime, though, about 80% for CSULB, and they're looking fantastic in this composition. Like you said, whether it be the internet or communication, you know, time will tell here for Outlaw what it actually was. But I do feel like they're punishing the D.Va extremely well, and that's the one thing with even the Ravenous Vortex perk that right now that they have. It just drags the D.Va down. It stops all of the momentum and wherever they're trying to go. And even there, you saw the Tidal Blast was actually put on the Symmetra for CSULB. Yep. They wanted to go in, but as soon as they see the D.Va push up, they're like, oh, we'll just knock her down instead. All right, we'll take the 1 and take the 5v4 with no tank. And that's that kind of quick awareness that right now CSULB has really helped them during this map.
Yeah. Like cohesive pivoting. That's kind of how I would describe it. That, you know, you're always adjusting your plan. You're always willing to make changes to it, but they do it all together. And that is very hard to do in a game that moves as fast as Overwatch. And speaking of moving fast, we are actually straight back into this. Outlaw has returned, albeit without the ultimate. 90% here, though, for CSULB Gold, and they are pushed up far into the USSC spawns. I don't even know if there's a touch to come online. Fox Deluxe is dead. The teleporter, though, it did go down, just at the cost of the life of the damage. But Mackie, there to cover, there to follow up, as we have seen all map long. And we are looking straight down the barrel of a confident CSU LB squad for map number 1. The macro play, outstanding. Voltaro had his moment, but the rest of the team, of course, there to back him up. And it'll be a 2-0 Lijiang Tower to kick off the series.
CSULB, they'll win this one 2-1 and take that early.
Or 2-1.
Yeah, I was saying, well, it kind of did feel like a 2-0. I won't lie. It did feel like CSULB, if they were the better team overall, I think that second round, it was just Super Gnome popping off, right? That was just Super Gnome's round more than anything else. But Voltaro, okay, I was wondering how in the world that got 2. Because usually for Bola, maybe you get 1. Like, if you pair it with a Grav, maybe then you get a few more. But the fact that just a dry Bola shot finds 2, and it happened twice during that sub-map alone, just shows you how good Voltaro is on this hero. And now the decision goes over to UCSC. Where do they want to go here for map 2? And I have a feeling maybe not like a super long range map, unless you want to ban the Freya, because if you do that, I think you're playing right into the hands of CSULB.
Yeah, it's not fun. Not ideal to have to play into the Freya there. And of course, Boltaro does have a very wide hero pool, should he need to pull from it. We are gonna see, though, kind of waiting on, because it does appear we do have a couple tech issues that were going on behind the scenes. So actually, before we do anything, we're gonna let our teams have a second to go ahead and figure some more stuff out on their end so we can continue our match smoothly. So don't go anywhere. We have our California matchup of Division 1 coming back to you right after this.
Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need your company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. But you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah. Oh man, would you look at me? You're just another one-hit wonder. That's what everyone sees. Ain't it funny how you wanna be the best, but you can't even get up and get dressed? Wasted, face it. You're never gonna make it, make it. Rockstar, you won't get far. And I know you're confused. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Oh man, what a lie, what a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield, 1974. I think I'm going insane. I'm feeling crazy. Can't get it out of my head. Oh no, if the devil inside takes hold, then I just might wind up dead. Wasted, face it. You're never gonna be the one. Rockstar, you won't get far. But at least you had fun. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, a king or a queen, as long as you got a dream. Oh no, it's a lot. They just wanna take your life, try to tell you it's a battlefield. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Oh man, what a lie, what a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield, 1974.
Colder when you're frozen over like I am. Well, I know you know that like it's colder, colder when I'm older, older than I am. And I know you know that I have lost composure, but I'll hold you closer while I can. I never told you that I'm slightly broken, that I might lose focus when I am. I know you know that life gets colder, colder when you're frozen over like I am. to you.
I wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain.
Good news, Sombra has stopped hacking the internet of our players today, and we are ready to get back into our California Division 1 matchup. CSULB has a 1-0 lead as of now for our series, but UCSC are going to look to punch back. I will say, after that first map, Jesse, CSULB looked predominantly in control, even in the round that they did end up losing. Esperanza, I think this is, again, a massive, pushes a hole. Very relevant to macro.
Yeah, and well, the Freya ban, that's not a shock.
That too.
That is really not a shock here from the Slugs. And it'll be a Weeyang ban on the other side. But you know, we were talking about, it was kind of weird. Like, Outlaw was just in some very odd positions. Yeah, his internet was just actively dying. That's why we went on break for a little bit. I believe the Slugs have actually grabbed a sub. I said, no, Outlaw's back.
Oh, Outlaw's back. Heck yeah.
All right.
We got baited by our
Make a
producer.
liar out of me. So hopefully here for UCSC, the lag maybe isn't as much of an issue. We could see this team at full strength. But no, I think at least part one of the answer is take away the Freya from Baltero, especially on a map like this.
Yeah, we'll see what they're able to do with that. It's going to be a bit challenging, especially because just with how quick this composition moves. And with push, the amount of uptime that you have in a fight is so relevant to how, the lead that you can get. And also, just your ability to contest. Like, I favor that composition a ton more on this point. Boltaro on is another signature of his in the Genji. So, I think UCSC definitely have their work cut out. But at least they have the Hazard back.
Yeah, Hazard back in play. This Wrecking Ball. This is a fantastic Chaos comp, though. I will say that Genji and the Tracer, the Lucio is there to disrupt as well. UCSC, they could have some trouble with this.
Yeah, for sure peeling the Lucio off the wall. Moria Kiriko, I think, was not on my bingo card for today. Hey, I can be proven wrong, though. Boltaro has already been dealt with accordingly by the laws of Outlaw. Or rather, lack thereof in that sense, and the robot will start moving in the direction of the UCSC Slugs. Because as you can see, CSU and Bulls, they're just like flying around the objective like a swarm of bees, right? They're not fully committing at any point, especially after losing your DPS line like that.
Yeah, once you lose Quaver and Boltero, you kind of just have to chill, but
not
Boltero
chilling,
dies
not chilling.
again.
Hey, what happened to the chill portion of that? We should maybe consider that again. No? Maybe? Oh, whoa,
Well,
okay.
the tech, hello.
I'm sorry, hashtag, that I ever doubted you there. Mackie is also dead, so maybe we should forget anything that we said about CSULB Gold looking very confident in the macro, because that's quite the opposite so far. Perm is staggering. Make the bleeding stop somewhere. I mean, eventually it should, with this point being capped. But the fact that you have to give up a checkpoint to make these changes from UCSC, that's a bit absurd considering how the first map went. Okay, hashtag.
Yeah, especially, like, we're a minute and a half in. Tick has already been achieved, 60 meters and counting for the Slugs, and they're still pushing. CSULB have not been able to find an answer quite yet, but finally, due to the cactus, I think they have finally found something. But like you said, they took a gamble with that Chaos comp early on, and it did not pay off. And now they have quite an early hill to climb here at the beginning of this map.
Yeah, it was a situation of, this isn't a band-aid, we needed to chop off the whole limb kind of deal, which they did. Well, I mean, to a degree, really only changing Boltaro and Mackie around. Quaver, it kind of got some players heading towards the high ground, but you just don't have the ult bank with the amount of swaps that you made. Outlaw taking advantage of it with a fantastic downpour. Postmon does take on the Fox's Deluxe. It's just not as flashy as it could be if you weren't already down 3 members of your team. So I'll be a quick turnaround and another forward spawn check.
Yeah, forward spawns will be reactivated here in a moment for the Slugs, and they still have 4 ultimates to use. And like you said, CSULB, because of the way they had to make so many swaps, they're so behind on ultimates right now. But the only thing they can really rely on is this Kitsune Rush from Dabbing Ninja. But there's a whole lot more to answer for on the other side.
Hey, maybe it was a ping issue. I mean, this is a fantastic turnaround for UCSC, especially in terms of their decision making. But did they wait too long? Is kind of the concern here. Dabbing Ninja is incredibly low, but hashtag has that sound barrier to keep people up until the Kiriko returns from the dead, at least hopefully. LJ Shark kind of in the middle of nowhere, looking for some teammates to go and support in this instance. Finds Outlaw, and yeah, that's just another one fight. But it was what? 3? Or actually, no, only just the support also UCSC.
Yeah, nothing too much
Not
there
too
from
bad.
the Slugs. And this Symmetra has oddly been working.
Yeah.
It's added a lot of mobility, and every time, you know, Mackie or Quaver are trying to get in with some of these dives, Fox and Deluxe just TPs their team out. And it's given them now almost a 90-meter lead.
Yeah, Super Gnome, we got to see him pop off on the cast in the first map, doing the same on the Sojourn here. That's the majority of the healing just ripped out from under CSULB. Remember, they got this far behind because they were staggering. You can't afford to do it more, but Quaver, as an ego check, Super Gnome ends up on the losing end of that. And I mean, UCSC, they're gonna round the final corner.
Yeah, this is an insane pace here for UCSC and their map pick. Truly working out. Downpour from Outlaw. It catches hashtag in the back, but they should be fine. But Mackie on the other end is not.
Yeah, I mean, getting Psyche here is pretty good because you spawn infinitely quicker than anyone you managed to pick off. It is so hard to cap on any push map, but at this point, you gotta figure out just how to stop staggering, stay on your feet, wait for your team to fully regroup, and eventually we get to see CSULB Gold find that rhythm once again. But considering how good they were at not doing that in map number 1, perhaps the internet bug is now attacking them in a way.
Yeah, this has just been all slugs during this map. Voltero trying to find another swap. Now maybe thinking, hey, maybe the range isn't the answer. Maybe it is just the Sombra getting up close and personal. And the worry is, now you're leaving it open for Super Gnome just to go absolutely nuclear, right? Like, nobody else can really match them at range, and Voltero's already gone.
Voltero just hasn't existed in this map. Like, he's been
No.
consistently the first pick for UCSC. They've identified him as public enemy number 1 and has executed in any chance that he's been out of position. So that's just another pick that you have to wait to come back. Dabbing Ninja falls shortly after, thanks to Outlaw, who again has been playing out of his mind, had so many struggles in the first map, and you have to think it's because of the internet, because this guy is fantastic on the Hazard.
Yeah, and you wonder, like, well, the Hazard was also banned
That
during
too.
map 1, so that obviously, you know, maybe Outlaw not playing a tank they're not as comfortable with. But no, it's been all slugs. We are 6 minutes in. The lead is 124 meters. And basically, CSULB need a full cap, right? Like, that's basically what they need to do at this point, and that'll, you know, need multiple back-to-back-to-back fights that they win, even just to get forward progress.
Yeah, I mean, CSULB, they're putting their eggs in the basket of winning this exact fight, and that's 3 ultimates committed, none to much avail other than Mackie getting incredibly low. Down power is out, but Outlaw ended up getting hacked up, couldn't follow up, but that's where you have Fox's Luck and Super Gnome to come in, and CSULB Gold struggling to find their footing. We might be looking at a Slug's full cap, honestly.
Yeah, there's a very good chance as Boltero gets
Boltero!
caught. So even when they're in invis, it's a little bit easier to see Sombras nowadays. And so does Quaver. And like you said, I think we might be heading towards a full cap here, just a few meters away.
UCSC punishing every single positioning mistake that they can find from CSULB Gold, and have been doing it with flying colors, not losing any players. They are at literally 3 meters away from a full capture, have disposed of every member of the team. And Jesse, if you asked me where this second map would go, I would have called you crazy for this result, but the Slugs have done just that, flipped it around, and we are at a tied series.
Yeah, 1-1 after a map 2 that barely felt like a map at all. Right?
Yeah.
This was just the Slugs completely dominating. And that Freya ban now, you know, that worked out fantastic for the Slugs. But now the Freya can't be banned again by UCSC. So now you got to figure out, yes, Outlaw on the Hazard was fantastic. And I think it helps set up a lot of these plays. But now, does that also work when the Freya is back in action here on the other side? That'll be the question here as we go into this, you know, the back half of this series. Where all of a sudden this best of 5 is now a best of 3.
Like, I'm looking at that map too, and okay, yeah, Boltaro did not have a good game, whether because he was on the Freya or not. There were some interesting decisions that were being made positionally at the start of a lot of our fights. So, is this more of a we need to have Boltaro on one of our longer range heroes that he's perhaps a ton more comfortable with, or is this a whole team? Because it wasn't just Boltaro that was getting staggered. It was CSC saying, okay, they're not backing off, let's just push up and continue to force these errors out of the team. They got so far ahead that, like, even after that first push, I'm like, there's no way CSULB are even turning this around with how far they got behind early.
No, I think it was just UCSC know exactly what their game plan was, right? Yeah. They picked the fights exactly where they wanted them. It felt like CSULB were almost like trying to force early engagements partially with their flankers, and then it didn't necessarily work. And yeah, if you want long range, here you go. Watchpoint Gibraltar is the pick. It's not a bad hazard map, I will say. I don't think it's a bad map necessarily here for the Slugs, but no, you could tell CSULB, they want to put, you know, the Freya back into the action, put them in the best possible spot to pop off, and that's exactly what Watchpoint will be.
After that map, I was silently like thinking in the back of my head, like, we're either getting a Circuit Royale or a Watchpoint Gibraltar. Yeah. I don't know which one. We were getting one of them because historically, the win condition for CSULB has been Boltaro on these hitscan heroes, popping off. They have excellent teamwork and excellent macro sense throughout the entirety of the team. But that looks so much better if you can put Boltaro in a position to succeed, which couldn't really do that so much on Esperanza. You're expecting that to be the case here for Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Yeah, you just put Boltaro in a spot and be like, hey, pop off. You know, we got heals. Can't really give you a shield because we're probably also running hazard, but can do anything they want, really, especially on the defense. My question is more the offense. Can they get Boltaro in a position to actually find those picks? Because it can be a little tricky on the attack, especially during this first phase. We may more see like the Brig on a backline. It's one of the only maps that, you know, you could argue that it's still very good just because of how long range it is. And you typically want a Brig to use that flail and the shield bash. We're still waiting on bans. Actually, yeah, we're still... because the producers, like, they are just, they're taking their sweet time here with these bands, trying to figure out what exactly is play. Because you gotta think, like, oh, the go-tos, the Hazard, the Freya bands, those are gone. Now we have to get a little bit more into the niche bands of how each of these teams want to approach this.
And if the series is going to go long, which it kind of looks like it might could. At this rate, all the bands now are very important, especially for later. You're going to free up a lot more options, and they're just not as obvious. We will have those come through. D.Va and Kiriko, ironically, it is UCSC banning the D.Va. They didn't like that either on map number 1. They don't want to see it anywhere on the board for our Watchpoint Gibraltar game. Kiriko's a bit of an odd one, honestly. I think I'm more just attuned to the old days of Watchpoint Gibraltar where we only saw on a Brig, so perhaps you're kind of setting it up for that, more of a classic rendition of how this map is played, but it could really go either way, and it honestly depends whether you're playing Winston or Hazard.
Yeah, I think that's almost just them confirming, like, we want on a Brig. Like, that's pretty much what that ban says. And for UCSC, no, that's not a shock, but you want to play the Hazard, obviously. So you ban the D.Va, who's another great option typically on this map, and you almost force Mackie to either go Winston or Hazard. And the Hazard mirror was very clearly in favor of the Slugs. So now Mackie will try and go over to the Winston here on defense. Yeah, it will be the Brig Ana here for CSULB. UCSC, let's see if this is kind of just like a TP opening comp and then maybe some changes follow through. We've seen it pretty often. Teams will TP up under that upper bridge, see if they can find something early. But usually that's with even like a Roadhog. I've seen a Maga even a little bit with these opening TP strats. So let's see here what the Slugs want to do.
Honestly, it wouldn't shock me if we saw it long term, but yeah, I mean, Fox Deluxe has been on this Symmetra the entirety of the series so far today, and that's not going to change for Watchpoint Gibraltar. Is officially out of the spawn and ready to brawl. And honestly, the most surprising thing isn't the Symmetra, it's the Moira from LJ Shark. It is so difficult to get value out of that comp, and I'm pretty sure UCSC are thinking their life choices of walking through a teleporter that Boltero had a sightline on.
Yeah, no, that fight was over very quickly, right? And even Hashtag actually got a ton of damage in early on. So just as Psyche just eliminated immediately. She didn't even last a second or two. And that's just how good this composition is here from CSUOB. They just want to hold the line, hold that high ground as long as they can, but now they don't have Brig to do it.
Yup, no Brig, no Winton, aka no team. So eventually, you bang your hands against the wall far enough, you will catch them off guard. And the key thing there, Boltaro was not in a position to follow up on any of that. So UCSC, they get out of this overpass and are going to force a rush contest.
Quaver's stuck up here, up by a blue box, and so is Mackie. So you wonder, yeah, Mackie eventually gets hunted down. The Tracer is now found out. They have to try and get out, but during all this chaos, point caps. Nobody from CSULB is in position. They don't have the Winston because he died late trying to set up for a touch. And that might be one of the easiest first phase caps I've seen on this map in a very long time.
Yeah. Like, I'm honestly baffled right now to think about how much CSULB looked in control of this game, at least from a team play understanding. They were all on the same page, and now it looks like they're talking in 5 different languages, and they can't understand each other in a way. They're very split, they're very separated. Like, that's just another example of it. Quaver going in without any support from the team, got a little bit greedy there, spotting Psyche off by herself, but that's exactly what UCSC are waiting for somebody to step just a toe out of line to jump on that opportunity. Like, we're looking at a speed run through Watchpoint Gibraltar. I highly doubt we see a full contest from CSULB again, especially with Mackie falling late.
Yeah, everything seems off. Even like Quaver there going in, trying to use the pulse bomb, didn't have the recall to get out afterwards. So once they dive in, they use 2 blanks just to get into that position. And they kind of sit there like, okay, I missed. What happens now? And it's just this kind of this awkward situation.
Ew.
Yes, Boltero's able to punish Super Gnome, but the damage is done. 5 minutes to go here.
Yeah.
Entering 3rd phase, and the Slugs, after a rough map 1, have looked unstoppable since.
This is fantastic from the Slugs. I don't want to sell that short. But again, the reason you picked this map is for Boltaro, who hasn't had a chance to say anything really until now. The bullet shot finally built up, and you have some decent ground to be able to hold. But I still question, like, how well can you actually put this together, especially running a Winston comp.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure yet here for CSUOB, and sometimes teams will swap to more rushy comps. Once we get to the end here, but Mackie nano throwing on, and the
Goodbye,
Deadeye
Mackie.
pop to stay up.
Oh, Mackie. No, Mackie!
No.
I saw him thinking about it, and I'm like, I know he's gonna do it, and he just did it. Oh, super no. Oh, I like the Cassidy's back too. Like another hero that typically doesn't work on Launchpoint Gibraltar, UCSC. They're making it happen.
Yeah, we got a Cassidy, we got a Sim all the way through the map, even a Moira here from LJ Sharkin. Is it a little unconventional? Yes, but it has worked out fairly well for the Slugs. And Mackie, see, look how fast his health is just completely deleted.
Yeah, there's just not a chance for him to even step a toe near that objective. CSUOB Gold, they tried, they put all the eggs in the basket of Boltaro, but for what? UCSC, they found the rhythm in last map, and they are not about to let that get away from them. This Hazard from Outlaw looks unstoppable. I mean, it's a single, like, it's one comp, they have their one tricks, but it's working, and CSUOB don't know how to handle it.
Yeah, it just feels like CSU will be just no answers to this Hazard from Outlaw, and especially, even though, yes, they're trying to put Boltero in positions, 4 and 4, nearly 4K damage, it's everybody else. Fox's Deluxe is really shutting down anything Quaver's trying to do, because they always have to worry about the turrets, and that Sim Beam is also hurting Mackie up front. That bubble is lasting maybe a second or two, and it's also feeding to the charge of the Symmetra, and everything that this CSULB comp is trying to achieve is just being completely shut out but here by the slugs. And yeah, for them, why change anything? No reason to whatsoever. They're going to stick onto that Symmetra. Supernova will stay on the cast. So yes, you don't have that super long range that is, you know, typically favorable here on this map, and that's why Boltero has been on the Freya. The style at which the slugs are trying to play, the Cassidy works perfect.
Yeah, it really, really does. And, I mean, UCSC, what they're doing is not conventional in the slightest, but honestly, that's almost what makes it stronger in a way, where there's not necessarily a small pool of heroes that must be played, that you can take advantage of a bunch of different angles. And I mean, Boltero, you can dig deeper into his hero pool away from the Freya and now towards the Echo, punishing these players not only for being close together, but hopefully having more pressure onto this high ground as he would compared to the bow. But 14 HP gets a little scary, but Outlaw, bit of weird interaction against the wall there and ends up getting burned down. UCSC, it looked really good, but one slight misstep is all it took. Oh, speaking of slight misstep,
Well.
by Boltero.
Yeah, just that flashbang, yeah, still got some decent range to it. But no, at least
No.
a decent.
What?
Well, I was gonna say decent start, but Fox's Deluxe.
How? I'm sorry, where was Fox's Deluxe that you could even look into the eyes of Dabbing Ninja? Like, that just feels illegal to say out loud. The hashtagagram, not a ton of HP to work with, and yeah, we'll manage to make it back to the spawn rooms there. The Outlaw was the one to be punished last time, and that's, out of the disadvantage of not having the Kiriko, right? Is Dabbing Ninja free reign with any of these cooldowns. Nothing that can cleanse it. It's just whatever he says goes, and it's worked out great. I mean, Boltero is just not having a good time with Fox's Deluxe this game.
No, and you would think like Fox's Deluxe would be like one of the last people to take out an Echo, but consistently the Symmetra has been the issue. And even I like the Echo swap overall, but no, just the Symmetra of all things has been the downfall. Is, you know, the Cactus gets thrown out early, and Boltero, yes, comes back, kills Superdome, but it's the Symmetra you got to worry about.
Yeah, until we actually see Fox's Deluxe die, I'm not confident with this fight ending. I mean, he's just gonna TP out. Should go down here though. No necessary gets hashtag.
They get what?
Like, that just shouldn't happen. He's breaking ankles. Oh, Jesus. I mean, that bought so much time. It's not really going to be enough for the team to contest. It was a good attempt, I guess, had the wave online, but yeah, Psyche, she just couldn't quite get through the choke in time with Mackie body blocking. So 4.5-ish minutes now for CSU LB. It looks better, but it's still incredibly scrappy versus UCSC's well-oiled machine.
No, I don't blame Psyche there for popping the title blast. Like, you might as well give yourselves a shot to touch that point, considering how long Fox's Deluxe was able to delay. But this, well, the Echoes worked, but man, Supernome, at least 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, you go ahead and take those. Hashtag Grand had to get a lot of help from Dabbing Ninja and that support, and there you go. The DPS are gone, which had been a big core chunk of the issue, you could say, for CSULB. If you're not including Outlaw in that discussion, which you're not, because he's also dead, hashtag, which is kind of insane that the Briggs see this many final blows. But the progress is halted, and we're not seeing this massive steamroll like we saw on the UCSC attack. Uncommon, yeah. They do lose Supernova. So as I say that, that could very well change. DPS ripped out from UCSC once more. Perhaps just defense is a struggle for teams on this particular map. You lose Mackie, though. I might be drinking again. That might have been a casting curse. Thankfully, it is not. The hazard is gone. 4.5 minutes for CSUOB now.
I was about to say, if they lost that, I think they would have some... They would want some words with you about a little bit of a curse. The Superdome, they realize that, man, this Echo is an issue right now. So the legs are going to get brought out here. And the Soldier and Outlaw, every time Outlaw tries to push in, do they just get burned down with Focusing Beam? Like, it's so good right now from Boltero. And while the dupe just makes sure they stay up. And meanwhile, Mackie finds 3.
Yeah, classic give your nano to the Winton and Mackie do Winton things, as in getting a triple kill and locking down the hazard in the spawn, but you can't kill him because his block lasts years. CSU will be gold Down Mackie, though. Not the person you want to lose, especially as you're heading into this final stretch. And you get it this far, it's going to be a reset. It's just really unfortunate because moving past this part of the map is really difficult.
Yeah, this is such a defensive-sided map. Typically, it is weird to talk about it right now, is neither team really being able to play defense.
Oh.
What a beautiful shot there from Outlaw to block out Baltero. Is able to finish it up shortly after, but there's still 3 minutes for CSULB
Yeah.
just to get over the line. You would think if they want to have a somewhat comparable time bank, they want it in the next minute or so.
Nah, they didn't bring their umbrellas though. And Outlaw has been
Nope.
fantastic with these downpours. Again, another ultimate you don't typically see getting a whole lot of value. But even just locking down Dabbing Ninja there is enough to kind of slow this rhythm again. We'll have to see what CSULB Gold can do now that they have a little more control. I saw a leap to the high ground, I believe. Oh no, that was. Oh no, I got baited. I thought that was Mackie. It was just Outlaw, just vibing. He's just chilling. Then it's a bound into the Psyche. She smelt danger, and I'm like, I'm not sticking around there. Understandable. Boltero is down again to Supernome, who is back on to that Cassidy and ready to pop off. Clearly, that's another kill for him, and he's like, why is he face taking a rally prick? That's a choice. That's definitely a choice.
Not recommended.
No, not recommended. Yeah, don't do that. CSULB though, will take what they can get. Quaver, that's a pulse bomb on site. Didn't think he needed it there. Actually doesn't. In the grand scheme of things, LJ Shark hanging on to life, not for too much longer though. Supernova tempting in space. Not only does it get Quaver, but Dabbing Ninja is also dead. Yeah, eventually cleared off, but the spawns for CSULB, they're so far away. UCSC actually have a ticket back into this fight unless they clean this up fast. I believe it's just Focus Deluxe buzzing around this payload on the Tracer, trying to buy as much time as possible. Coalescence on board for LJ Shark. Never mind, Boltaro said, not today, pal. Duplicate now onto the venture of Supernome, and Tectonic Shock will clear any last stragglers from this objective as soon as the block wears down, and it'll be about a minute and a half there in the time bank compared to the near 4 minutes of UCSC.
Considering how poorly round 1 went for CSULB, I think that's a fantastic result during their push. The question is going to be, who can hold out in the first phase for more than a minute and a half? Because it was really third phase where this kind of stalled out a little bit for UCSC, and it really stalled out for CSULB. But this will be interesting because, yeah, it's about a 2-minute difference for the Slugs, which is a massive advantage on this map. You're guaranteeing yourself probably an extra 3 fights, maybe even 3 fights in a stall. So it's a fantastic position here for UCSC, but they got to make sure, honestly, if you can hold them here in first phase, it almost feels like it's a done deal for the Slugs, and that's why they're kind of looking at their options. But for now, it'll be back to what worked over on their attack. Fox's Deluxe on the Symmetra and Supernome on the Cass.
Yeah, they're gonna stick to that, which I don't really blame them for. I wouldn't necessarily say it's broken, to be fair. There were just some times that it's like, do we focus on Boltaro or do we focus on Mackie? And if you chose to ignore one completely, that's who you would get publicly executed by. So, in that sense, we'll have to see how that plays out. Quaver sets up a TP towards the high ground, and I'm sure Mackie wishes he did not take it since he exploded faster than you could say Mackie. And yeah, CSUB Gold, no tank. It is a matter of, can they avoid getting staggered? Because that was a big problem for them before, where UCSC, once they got one pick, they were chasing every single Elim possible.
And they're just going to hold super close up here. So, yeah, a minute left. This car has not moved at all. Sometimes
they're
you'll
trapped!
see...
The supports are trapped!
No! Supports took the TP early and never made it back. So they just get stuck over there. That's another fight gone. And CSU will be, by the time everybody respawns, they'll have 30 seconds and only a meter to their name.
Yeah, that's not great.
That's
for
crazy.
where you need to go, especially with the 4-minute time bank on the other side. Another leap in from Mackie, who has to drop down almost immediately, losing half of his health bar there. But UCSC, they're just going in so deep. Outlaw sees Boltaro all by himself, waiting to get healed. We're Hashtag was trying to keep Dabbing Ninja alive. Couldn't do that either. I mean, UCSC fully in control of the tempo of this fight. Anytime they see Mackie move, they just jump right past him, knowing he has no way to assist his team. Are we looking... This is a 14-meter push as of now. Can they get any more ground off of it is the question for CSU LB Gold. Waver does have a pulse bomb online. Is he gonna be able to find a stick? It's the downpour yet again. Mackie, nothing left to be said. That is a air ball and a half, but Sight still dies to it. Are you kidding me? A flashy play, yeah, but a Quaver, your team's on, buddy. Would have been great if it was in a clutch moment, but 15 meters, Jesse, on a push. You have to defend that for nearly 4 minutes. This is smelling like a UCSC map.
Yeah, no, this is done. I think this map is... I think it's done. Only 15 meters is absolutely insane work from the Slugs, especially considering how great of an attack it was for CSULB Gold. Right? During round 1, phenomenal attack, even though, yes, time bank wasn't as much in their favor. Still a fantastic push for watch point standards. And then you get held to 15.5 meters after a minute and a half of play. It just feels uncanny here from UCSC. Botero, why not? Might as well throw this in last second, see if it works out for this round. The Widowmaker comes out, but you know, UCSC, they're going to have so much time to make subtle adaptations. They only need to win one complete fight, and this map is over.
Not even that. And I was kind of thinking, like, you know, CSULB, you can't give space. Are they going to, like, bunker down and try to do something like that? But no, we are on Tracer Widowmaker right now for our DPS. Again, this just needs to be Boltaro clicking heads. That's literally the only way I think this goes well for the team, with how little wiggle room you have. That the Superdome picking up the Ash, a hero we really haven't seen a lot lately. And probably the lowest tier of hit scan that we've had. Just being at an awkward range, the dynamite not being as good with the amount of cleanses and other things. But hey, if you're Boltaro, you are super happy to see that character on the enemy team. It's 1-for-1 though, and if you are CSULB Bolt, that is not good. You don't have any wiggle room to give. Both your DPS are currently dead to the hands of Fox Deluxe, who has yet to be dealt with. And Mackie, not going to have any better luck with that. That is a swift 2-0 now. Or not a 2-0, but a overtime completion. 2-1 match point for UCSC. This is a roller coaster of a series, and I can't think of any other way to describe it.
Yeah, it's almost kind of like its own brand of Division 1 chaos, right? We're not obviously seeing Junker Queen and Roadhog and all that. But UCSC, ever since that first map, they've woken up. And it's really been impressive to watch as this hazard composition, regardless of the, you know, the changes. That Echo comp was great for CSULB during the attack, but they couldn't find that flare again. The Slugs were able to change their playstyle a little bit just to not give Boltero any free value and trying to take more 1v1s with the opposing tank or with the supports and almost leaving Boltero just out in space. Like, if you want to make a play, you have to come into our domain, and once you do, Fox's Deluxe of all people is going to burn you down with Sim.
Yeah, Fox's Deluxe, switched off Sim, I think, once just to touch onto the Tracer, but otherwise has played it the entirety of the series. A very uncommon thing, nonetheless, but, I mean, UCSC, they're making it work and showing why Symmetra, while Niche is a very, very strong hero, especially for teams that aren't ready for it. But if you are CSULB, you're down, you're beaten, but you're not quite out. You got one more map pick left to go in this series before it's all in the hands of the Slugs. We're going to go ahead, send it to a break, give our teams time to get set up, and come back to you with the conclusion of our Division 1 matchup.
I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you changed. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. moving on for good. At least my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe it, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the fun. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the fun. But if I'm can't seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to.
A polarizing match so far is what we've been looking at in our battle for California in the Division 1 Overwatch region. Jesse, we're looking at a 2-1 lead now for the UCSC Slugs, who really had struggled in that map number 1. And even us, we're like, might be a 3-0, honestly, for CSULB. Yeah. But they had some internet issues. They didn't have the hazard. Now that all of those things have been fixed, it's been smooth sailing for this team. They did bring it to the distance in the previous round, but far and ahead, looked to be in control. And now CSULB, they got one last stand, and it's going to be on Kings Row.
Yeah, Kings Row, Rush Heaven. I'm guessing their thought is, well, the hazard can't be that good here, right? Right? And they'll ban the Symmetra out. So Fox's Deluxe can't have that be the crutch. But because of that, UCSC, they're like, okay, we want to go Rush. We're going to ban the best Rush tank out there, right? Yep. Maybe even force the hazard again because the Zarya is gone. It's crazy. In a night we've talked a lot about Zarya. Barely seen her tonight. The most we've seen her is that her icon has been on the screen for being banned. that is as much as we've really seen Zarya tonight, which is just so odd. But CSULB have to find something here. No subs coming in for either team as CSULB. They'll start on the defense. And right now looking at, yes, because of the Zarya being banned, let's go back over to the Ramacha, which is a nice little substitute right now. And Quaver was on the far, but very late on will deny it actually and swap over to the Genji and Boltero. Not a shock. They're back on the Freya, but I wonder if part of the issue here for CSULB. They're kind of just resistant on going Wuyang.
Yeah.
And it's been a big part here for UCSC, I think. Just having that consistent poke from Psyche.
That, but they've only played dive after the first map. And they looked more confident on the brawl. So I wonder if like that slower-ish playstyle is better for them. And Boltaro's already telling me yes, because Fox's Deluxe is dead. And again, is forced off of the Symmetra for the first time this series. So kind of the development to keep an eye out for. And Outlaw's going to have a hard time moving forwards with the Ramatra in his face. And Boltaro just quite literally shooting bolts at him. Is that why Boltaro likes playing Freya? Because she shoots bolts? I just thought about that.
Ooh, maybe.
Sorry,
See, that's the level of analysis you know you're gonna get here at NECC. Trying to just digest and try to figure out why is Boltaro named Boltaro.
Well, already has. How did he already have the ultimate up? Shot the bullet shot. Psyche's dead. I mean, maybe that's just what it was. They need to be having this solid Ramatra front line, honestly.
Yeah, they just don't want to play dive, right? They just want to have a solid tank up front in Mackie and have Boltaro just firing away and making Outlaw's life as difficult as it can be. This may not been great so far from Fox's Deluxe. I feel like they're struggling a little bit to get value out of the wall, but it only takes one to change this fight completely.
Yeah, does eventually get to the high ground, but Outlaw doesn't have a ton of health. Did you get out Quaver? Okay, fantastic. This is a great spot for UCSC to be in. LJ Sharp can get the tank's health back up. You can push with the remainder of the Coalescence. Well, CSU will be full staggered enough that I think it's going to deny a second contest. So we're just looking at a UCSC first point capture.
Yeah, especially with how late Dabbing Ninja died. No, there's no way for them to push back in. 2.5 minutes added back onto the clock for UCSC, and still a very reasonable 4+ minutes here for the Slugs. Downpour used very early. Doesn't really find anything though.
And that's typically what you get out of a downpour, but Outlaw, we're just used to finding stuff out of it. That's something though. Psyche got her one, but Boltaro, yeah, he's gonna get his too again out of a bola shot. How does he keep making that happen? Like, he just didn't exist in map 2 and 3. Now that we're here on King's Row, it's like watching a different player.
No, it feels like map 1 all over again here for CSULB, and that was a pretty expensive loss for UCSC too, right? Like, they used the downpour, they used the blizzard. Neither of those really gets a whole lot done. Supernome now goes over to the Ash.
Okay. Bit more range, but not the strongest. We are more focused on this frontline battle where the Tidal Blast knocks Mackie over, and he's going to stay down thanks to Outlaw. CSU will be gold. Without a tank here, you're kind of just holding on to the S key and praying for your life, unless your name's Quaver. He's just chilling in the rooftops. Not for long. Has this barrage online. Doesn't need... Oh, never mind. He is going to use it after all. There goes a triple kill over to him. That is a lot more value than I thought you were going to get out of the ultimate, but apparently UCSC forgot to look up in that exact moment, and I'm pretty sure are going to reconsider some things going forwards, like an Iari.
Yeah, Iari, well,
never mind.
He's dead. I think CSULB maybe go, not CSULB, UCSC, go out the other spawn door. May not be the worst idea that you have, but no, that's just fantastic play there from Quaver, just chilling on that high ground behind the building. Nobody sees them, and able to pop off for 3 with the barrage. And now it's back over to the Cassidy very quickly here for Supernome, but Psyche will stay on the Alari. So now you got both of them plus Fox's Deluxe trying to send some alternate fire shots. This far really becoming an issue.
Yeah, and you can kind of tell. I mean, it's either you deal with Boltaro or Quaver. Can't do both. And this time, you can't deal with anybody because there is a sound barrier cushioning any damage that you ended up doing. Thankfully, the Coalescence does last longer, and that will actually burn down Mackie. In the meantime of that, no tank. The rest of the backline is exposed, and CSU will proceed to topple over.
Yeah, it's now about, what, 2 minutes to go. Quaver now has another barrage already online, but they're stuck in no man's land back at the beginning of second phase. So it'll take them a while to get back in. If I was UCSC, I would play this fast. Just ignore the Pharahs even in your backline. That's what Outlaw's trying to do, and Quaver eventually is found out.
Quaver is as good as dead there, but I think this is a much better situation for Mackie. Being able to play as a remote launcher in a Kitsune Rush is fantastic, especially when there's nothing to mirror it. And one of the issues of running the Moira is you don't have that better ultimate in that. So CSU will be using that to the best that they can. Outlaw is running further away. We get out. Yeah, he's fine. Okay, we're chilling. Can't say the same for LJ Shark though.
I don't blame Outlaw for playing aggressive, but you can tell CSU will be like, oh, everybody else is still at main choke. Let's just run over the back line. Tank isn't there, and already Boltero finds one.
Yeah. Yeah, this is back to Boltero's map, as it has been, at least at the start of the series. UCSC, that's a fantastic blizzard out of Fox's Deluxe. Locks down 2, and seeing if they can catch any more. It is Psyche, though. Catches a stray bolt from Boltero at the end, but yeah, UCSC, they're going to move forwards. Do CSU make another contest out of this? They shouldn't.
I wouldn't think so, especially with Delucio being the last to fall. If they were the first to die, then maybe you find somebody to speed in. But no, that'll be the end of second phase. Add more time back up. But
no way.
A minute and a half is... That should not happen.
No.
That really shouldn't happen.
I didn't even like fully see it. I just saw the kill feed. And I'm like, alright, cool, if that's what we're gonna do. Another downpour out of Outlaw. Deadeye in the back. Supernova holding this for a hot minute. Notice that the shield is up, but oh, just a split second. And that would have taken down Mackie. But Quaver had something else to say about it. Minute 17 still to go. I mean, the fact that CSULB won that without using any ults is kind of crazy.
And they needed that kind of fight because now they have all 5. They can kind of spread it out between these potential final 2 fights. It's only the coalescence here from LJ Shark, which yes, it'll help you get in here and have a little bit extra healing. But that's a great shutdown.
Okay, we see you, Superdome. A great pick to open this one up. 4v3 now, favoring UCSC, and the sound barrier, it's been burned away. Mackie got near no value out of it. It's only Boltaro who's been able to sit on this high ground a lot longer than he probably should be illegally allowed to. Eventually gonna drop down, seeing the Outlaw make a little bit of eye contact there, but a bullet shot in sights for him. It's worked out well in the past. Not quite the same result this time as Outlaw gets a 2 for 1 out of the slash going in. You don't see that every day. UCSC, again, 5 ults on the side of CSULB. They used 4 and they lost the fight. It is the resilience out of UCSC, knowing when to kite, knowing when to fall back to make their win conditions work. Torbjorn now out of Quaver for a last second touch. That's also not a very common appearance, but Outlaw has another downpour, using it to lock down the spawn rooms, and poor old Quaver right along with it. Wait, Quaver lives? Quaver lived? There's no shot Quaver lived. UCSC, they had a chance to do that, but perhaps a fumble there coming through the team. It's only the Blizzard of Fox Deluxe is making this seem winnable, and it actually is. For that sake, oh boy, you better be giving a cookie over to Fox's Deluxe. He definitely deserves it after that clutch, because that was a narrow full completion for UCSC.
They pop the Blizzard super late, so it freezes up the Maga. TP comes in from the Kiriko, but still, some beautiful alt-fire shots as well from the Mei. Sometimes those can be a little tricky to hit, but not for Fox's Deluxe. So after a pretty rough start to the map, the Slugs still are able to finish, but with no time. So CSU will be still in the power position. If they can finish with over a minute, they can guarantee a draw at the worst for this map. But still, you know, some questions, because now this Mei arguably is better here on the defense if UCSC elect to go back to it.
Yeah, I think that UCSC, I think I feel a lot better on the defense with this specific composition. It's a little bit harder though, like with Quaver's Pharah and Boltaro's Freya. Those are very long range, and the Mei doesn't get a ton of value, or at least as easily, because you have to be very cautious about the sightlines that you do take, and the only one you're realistically going to wall off is going to be Mackie, who takes like every single resource that you have to burn down. It's hard to be Fox's Deluxe in this situation, but he's still getting a shocking amount of use out of that specific hero.
No, especially because they've been on Symmetra a lot of the day, so yes, you play it pretty similarly from hero to hero, but it is a different, set of skills, right? You're not thinking about TPs and where you put your turrets. You're just thinking about, all right, who can I wall off so the rest of my team can pull off the execute. So it is a little bit of a trickier situation as this Pharah is back and already scouting all the way through the hallway, but nobody's home.
The nice part about playing this Pharah Freya comp is not only a ton of aerial control, but the amount of angles that you can take, and yeah, that's just the unfortunate part of playing Mei on this for certain point. You can't hold a ton of space, or the spots that you would typically see a Mei get value. But UCSC, the thing they've been really good at is avoiding staggers. I say that as I think I saw Supernome just slide into the enemy backline.
Yep.
Everyone is alive for like the next 2 seconds, that is, until Outlaw inevitably goes down, but I spoke too soon. I praised them too soon. It was good. Until it wasn't. Mackie did back off, and then because they didn't cap the whole time, there's honestly... Okay, never mind. Psyche's down. That's done. Potaro speed runs his way to another polo shot, and... Okay, point is capped. There we go.
And you were right. Still somebody hiding back here for
No
UCSC.
way. Fox's Deluxe. Okay.
Man. They followed the yellow brick road to, maybe not exactly where they wanted to go. Just all the way in the back is, 5 minutes, just a little bit more than what the Slugs had during their second phase attack. But still the ultimate advantage in their favor as well. They have the Kitsune rush. Nothing else quite yet, UCSC. If Superdome can live, it gets very low, eventually healed up. We'll have the overclock to open this one up, but if a rush is used in their face, they might be using it to retreat more than anything else.
I mean, Psyche's already down. Not a great start for this team. Outlaw are trying to fight flies with a 2-inch long fly swatter. Not a fun time there for that particular hero, but yeah, he's kind of just set and done. It's kind of back to this definition of these stagger picks that you're putting so much value into Quaver right now.
Yeah, instead of it being Beltaro, which granted, Beltaro's still popping off and having some great
Yeah.
plays, you're putting a lot of resources into Quaver because it's Fox's Deluxe on hit scan. You have Psyche, who's a pseudo hit scan. Supernome can line up some shots as well. There's a lot of people trying to shut down Quaver right now.
Well, there will be 2 Kitsune rushes on the board, and Mackie is dead, so a defensive pull is a ton more likely. Nice Helix rockets directly upwards. But yeah, eventually Fox's Deluxe will be chased down. Important thing though, UCSC finally have some stability on this defense.
Yeah, at least something to work off of in a 2-for-2 all trade. But having that Annihilation gone is massive for UCSC. Now you don't have to worry about that for a while in a composition that they don't have as much staying power here, the Slugs. Getting that kind of ultimate gone is a big step in the right direction.
Looking for more, already getting Psyche. It's been very hard for her to play this Yari on the point, but they feel like they have to with both the Freya and this Pharah in the sky, of course, as we see. Hashtag running around, having the time of his life.
Yeah.
CSULB, this is a second point capture. Mind you, Jesse, they only need over a minute here, and we're looking at a best-case draw situation for UCSC.
If we draw, I'm going to have some words. I don't know the last time we've had a draw. We haven't had a draw, and unlocked our producer. You guys obviously couldn't hear that, but immediately was like, yeah, so will I. So I don't even know how that would work. I don't think we've had a map 6 in a long time. We'd have to check, but we'll see if we even have to worry about it. Right now, it's not looking like it. CSULB continuing to push, and now, yes, Outlaw is just completely isolated.
And they have the captive sun, but there's just no one that can go that far in to actually make that explode. There's a sound barrier now for hashtag. It's looking pretty good. This guy's been having the time of his life on the Lucio. I think we're just too passive for him. He wants to be in on the action, not just chucking water balls from halfway across the map. Quaver, though, it's a second. No,
they
Quaver!
got it, the cactus!
Can't hug the cactus, man! Oh, it's an unfortunate way to go down, but we're gonna end this the same way it started, with a Boltaro bola shot. Everyone has been sent back to spawn. We were saying a minute was a problem. How about 3 minutes, Jesse? This is either gonna be a draw, or CSULB are guaranteeing us a map 5.
Well, we're guaranteed a map 5 regardless right now.
That
It's
too.
just, do we get a map 5 or do we have a potential map 6 on the horizon? But no, it's looking like just 5. CSUOB just rocking it right now. And the slight little adaptation, obviously that Symmetra ban we thought wouldn't be super impactful. It really has paid off. Fox's Deluxe not getting as much value from the May. The lack of mobility from the Slugs is really starting to catch up with them here. And because of the fact that, yeah, 3:19 on the clock here for CSULB, the Slugs will not have any sort of attack here in overtime. It'll be up to Long Beach. Just one tick, 33% needed to finish off the map and send us to 5.
Yeah, and this is looking pretty good. If you're CSULB right about now, you could run the exact same composition and just keep balling. Like, that's all it takes. Again, I want to shout out hashtag 22 elims. I mean, compared to the DPS, it's only 3 or 4 lower on Lucio. That's not an easy thing to do. It's always been known for being a Lucio player, and it's really shown how that is an asset, especially when you're playing with the likes of a Ramatra. I was wondering if this was a joke or not, but I forgot that Outlaw is in fact on defense. So we are playing Roadhog Baptiste Moira to go off of here. Which, you know, we kind of joked that, is Roadhog actually going to be a thing? It appears so, Jesse. Although Outlaw not in a great spot. Immortality Field had to be dropped incredibly early, and that pig is as good as cooked. CSULB Gold now on this objective. Fox's Deluxe, your best chance at stalling this point out, at least from a touch perspective. But even then, what exactly can you expect to happen? Everybody is happy and healthy. Quaver takes out another 2. It's ended as soon as it seemingly started. We have a map 5 on our hands for this Division 1 Battle of California.
Yeah, CSULB, they win their map pick. They send us to map 5, and even though it's Fox's Deluxe who gets the play, it's CSULB who really shined here on Kings Row. And man, this series, we talked about it. 2 teams looking to kind of pick it up after maybe not ideal starts to this season. And we're looking to be in a great spot. But another barn burner here in Division 1.
Yeah, this is not what I expected after I saw map 1. And then I saw map 2.
Definitely not.
And I was like, oh, this is one-sided. And then map 2 is one-sided the other way. Okay, what are we cooking here? Then map 3, close. Map 4 is pretty CSULB favored. I will say, you said at the start that because of how our map bans work, or map picks and our hero bans work, whoever ended up winning those first couple of maps tends to be an advantage. But in this case, it is a UCSC. They get the first ban, and they get map pick. Granted, we're looking at Flashpoint. As long as you do not pick New Junk City, I think this is a great spot for them. We have not seen a great look on the dive.
What are you against
could
New
ban
Junk
the
City?
Ramatra because it's brawl favored in a lot of points.
Yeah.
Right? I think you need to avoid that. You can either, I think, ban the Ramatra, ban the Farah, something along these lines, and it looks so good for them. And you get the Symmetra back on Flashpoint. Like, this still, regardless of how last map went, UCSC now feel a lot better about how this 5th and final map is going to go just because of that.
And we got confirmed. It's actually not confirmed.
It's
I
not
think
Flashpoint?
it's Control or Flashpoint,
Wait, why?
think.
Or hybrid?
It can be anything, we're getting
I
told.
forget that there's map 5.
We haven't got to map 5 here in a while.
We
so
haven't. We haven't,
It's been a long
actually.
week. It's been a long week here. Hey, we've had OWC. We've had everything else going on. Too many rule sets, I will say. You know, you have those, like, the meme of, like, I'm sitting there and I'm going to make an argument, or, like, I want to have, like, this is my point. My thing is just make one collegiate rule set for Overwatch. Not everybody having their own. Just have one singular rule set. Would
At
make
least
everyone's life easier.
At least we're having this now instead of like on map 1. then now.
Yeah.
We also just haven't had a map 5 in playoffs. Yeah, that's also another good.
Very
good point.
true.
Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you, Adam, on the production there. So yeah, we can figure it out now. Okay, I've honestly, even though that's the case, I feel even better because now you have access to dive control maps, dive hybrid maps. This is great if you're UCSC. Just deny the Ramatra or the Pharah if you feel like you have to. You have your Symmetra back. I still feel very good about the Slug's chances in a map 5 based on historical references. Now, Jesse, we talked to historical references haven't shown much today for how things have gone well, but I just want them to. It's the information I have as a caster. I want it to pan out like that. But that's just how this goes. It does sound like we get a visual for our maps.
There we go.
At least the ones that we have played so far. So, again, brawly-ish comps that we've seen, very favored to CSULB Gold. Diving maps we've seen, USC Slugs have walked away from, UCSC Slugs have walked well away from those.
So not USC, that's a different California school.
There's a lot, UCSC. UC Santa Cruz. Bam! I thought about that.
Yeah, not Clara.
I apologize. But I've just seen the Slugs, which, by the way, that is a fantastic logo.
It is one of the best.
I love that.
It
Does the
is
Slug have a
easily one of the best.
The Slug's gotta have a name. I should have looked that up beforehand. I'm very disappointed. Our producers got me. Thank you. I appreciate that. So, we will get a result on the Slug's name, which is the content we've all been waiting for, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, it's like, you look at that, and I want to know this dude's name. Are you kidding me?
I do.
Dude's got a headset going on.
Sammy
the Slug!
I love
Yes!
that.
Hey, maybe mascot of the year contention here.
But is he slug size? I don't know if I've ever actually seen a slug. I've seen like grubs and worms for like
it's not like
fishing.
they're not that, handsome in person, in real life.
Sammy the Slug's got class. I'm just
That's
saying.
all I gotta say. We just got sent a picture in our server about.
That's
yeah, I know.
Okay, that's kind of cute. I'm not against that.
We're gonna pull it
on
up. We're gonna pull it up. See, this is the map This is the map 5 content you all want, right? Is us talking about a slug. But we're still waiting a while here for the slugs to actually pick their map. So
we should name the
giving
Long
them
Beach palm trees.
the time. But yeah, it was like this has been one of the wildest nights of Overwatch casting I think I've had in a while. Like it's almost midnight EST. We're like some late night West Coast action, and we're talking about map 5s and slugs.
Wouldn't have any
there
other
it
way.
is.
Oh,
there he is.
There it is. Hi, Sammy the Slug. It's just Sammy the Slug's IRL form. Honestly, I don't mind it. It is yellow. I saw the yellow on the mascot, and I was like, "Are slugs actually yellow?" And there you go. Now I know. Yeah. I actually have never seen a slug because I'm pretty sure I would have remembered if I came across one of those.
I would think you would know, but sometimes like you go to a zoo and like you look at all the animals, and then you remember like 2 that you saw. Like, oh, I saw a giraffe and I saw a polar bear. You're not gonna remember like, oh, I saw a slug. Like, no, you're not really gonna say that.
But if the slug's named Sammy.
Yeah, I don't know if
That's
I'd want to.
But
I don't know if you have to pay me. I think to hold one.
I would do it. I like this. I like things like that. And snakes. I love snakes. Holding snakes.
Those
are fun. I draw the line at spiders. I'm okay.
See anything like that? Just scorpions, snakes, spiders. Just no. For your boy.
Scorpions. Who's holding a scorpion? Were you holding a scorpion?
No. I had a friend that held one, and I'm like, you are a crazy person. Just no way.
No, thank you.
No, yeah, snakes even for me is just like I don't want to feel it just like gliding all over, and they can be cute. Don't get me wrong, but
caterpillars. No. It's caterpillar energy.
No, caterpillars are like actually
ones?
cute.
But the fuzzy
and,
caterpillars
can't kill me.
Well, they can hurt. There are the stinging caterpillars. I forget what they're called.
Yes, I know, but they're not gonna kill me.
And slugs will? Are slugs poisonous?
No, I'm saying snakes.
Snakes. Okay, see, we had all this discussion about how it's not going to be Flashpoint, and guess what they picked?
And it is.
Flashpoint. You're welcome, everybody. Sorry for the
We're just
confusion
looking
there.
into the future.
We did know. We knew more than our producer, and he didn't trust us. So, there you go. Suravasa is the map pick. Sorry. But Suravasa, though, again, as long as it wasn't New Junk City from a flashpoint, I feel better about it. Farah banned, kind of expected. The Moira, I don't hate it. I think it's been better than the Kiriko, but I also like Kiriko better as a hero just because of the Kitsune Rush. So, overall, I'm still very much UCSC Slug favored in this map, unless CSULB show us something they haven't yet against this Hazard.
The one thing is, UCSC has ran, a good amount of Moira today, right? Like, LJ Shark has been running primarily Moira most of the day. So it is a little bit of a change here that'll impact the Slugs, but it's nothing crazy. And just, again, given what bans were even left, right? Like, Hazard you can't ban the Symmetra, so you gotta find something else. But the Slugs, they leave open the Ramatra, so it will be the pick here for CSULB, but the Farah is gone. Quaver had a ton of value on it during the last map, and this is a map that you can have a ton on it as well. So instead, it'll be the Symmetra.
Okay. And I think this is better. Out of the heroes Quavers look the best on, I put this second to the Farah. I don't hate it, and it matches Fox's Lux, which is very helpful, especially when these teleporters come in, these turrets, having spatial control, especially with CSULB getting their presence towards the objective first, and making UCSC push in. Although that wouldn't be good if Mackie just didn't walk into the enemy team. That, not ideal, especially when Boltaro and Quaver were not in a position to follow up on it. So UCSC, despite being in a worse spot, ended up getting the tank, first capture along with it.
Yeah, and now you can see Long Beach are a little bit split, but eventually it actually works out in their favor. While Taro takes out Outlaw and is now looking for more.
I was about to say this is going to be an absolute slugfest, and then I realized UCSC are the slugs, so that makes a lot less sense.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, not a slugfest quite yet. Chaotic is a way to describe it. UCSC do get about half the control just from that one mistake, though. So you kind of take that.
Slugfest. Oh.
I'm proud of it.
That's just been tonight to a T. Long Beach holding down. Again, bullet shot already active here. For Volterra, but they gotta worry about Outlaw, who's up in their grill, but instead, Quaver actually finds Fox's Deluxe.
And ooh, I thought we were gonna see Outlaw that
Hey.
too, but no, he's fine. He's chilling, right? Yeah, he's chilling. He's got Psyche. He's got LJ Shark. Okay, he's not chilling. Hashtag got in there where he likes to be. And yeah, this guy is frying, meaning he has access to the Lucio, and that's really not about to change. Like, there's a noticeable temple difference with this team.
Oh yeah, the hashtag always is ready for a 1v1, right? Speeding in, and anybody that gets hit with one of the bolt arrows here by Boltero, they're just there for the finish.
Yeah, no, Voltero's waltzing on in, Supernova's down, and, you know, the DPS line is really quieted down from USC. UCSC, oh my gosh, for the majority of our last two maps, and I think CSULB have not only taken advantage of that, but also continued to push this aggression as much as they can, stopping, you know, even the chance of getting staggered. They'll get Market, and they'll move themselves over to what I believe is Ruins for a second point. Oh, I know, I lied. They did a pivot. We're at Temple.
Wow.
I got baited. They're walking towards Ruins.
Yeah, so far, you know, we've said Fox's Deluxe been really
we're in.
playing well with the sim, but not so far. Yeah, holy just walls. Connect 4 on the point.
Yeah, that's a very fun angle to have our walls at, but thankfully if you are an outlaw, you don't care about any of those rules of sim walls. You just push people off the map anyway. Symmetra down, and that is a massive blow to CSULB. Hashtag is still cooking though. Support is currently missing. So UCSC, they're not keen on sticking around on this objective, knowing there's the sustain, and their tank is at half health. Okay, that freaked me out.
Yeah, that was a killer game of Foursquare with the photon barriers. That was fantastic. Fox's Deluxe again. The first pick, and yes, Bola shot goes wide, but Outlaw is completely alone.
Yeah, Outlaw's done, and I'm starting to question for UCSC. wouldn't it have been better to ban this Ramoncha here because CCSU LB looks so much more comfortable playing around that pick?
I think as long as they banned Ramacha or Farah, I understood where they were coming from.
Yeah.
But I think honestly, right now they're missing the pace as well from the Moira. It's a lot of consistent damage with the healing that can be kind of concurrent. Right now, LJ Shark having to balance both worlds, and yeah, hashtag again. My God.
What is this guy on? Like, seriously, these last 2 maps, he's like, all right, I'm sick of this Brig, Wuyong shenanigans. Give me my Lucio, and I will cook. And he has done exactly that. That is a now 2nd point going over to California State Long Beach. 1 more, and this series is done. And honestly, that would be the most California battle thing ever.
Yeah, just have an insanely close series, and then at the very end, just a roll by one of the teams. That would fit pretty well. Yeah, Mackie just chills here. LJ Shark caught completely off guard. Ola will follow soon after. And CSULB, they should be able to cap here first. I don't know, though. Actually, Mackie's very low.
Not chilling. Mackie is not chilling.
Not
That
chilling.
is a hot Symmetra beam from Fox's Deluxe. And you don't have a Kiriko. Your Ramontra gets away, but nobody else quite does. Photon Barrier for Fox's Deluxe. No one actually getting a capture yet, as I say that CSU will be like a centimeter away from getting it, but end up backing off a trade in the hit stand department. What can they work with? It's a mirror, again, of these photon barriers, looking like some crazy geometry angles I had to learn in high school. Who's actually managing to get the value? Fox Deluxe just had the better setup, was there first because Quaver was still coming back from spawn, and it looks a lot better for the team. CSULB had the capture for about 1/3 of the objective, though, before we actually see the split come through. But it's not the end of the world, though.
No, there's going to be a quick re-engage here, and there it is. Aggro beat Mackie, just absolutely sending it into the back line. But Psyche eventually falls. But it took a lot for it. Now, no supports left. And yeah, I think this... Well, I say this should be, but Supernome finds 2.
Yeah, Supernome is doing Supernome things. And he was missing the first map that we got to see it, but yeah, I think you still back off. You're taking too much damage. You don't want to risk further staggers, which is a very smart decision for UCSC.
Yeah, and Fox's Deluxe again. Just caught in the middle of nowhere, and hashtag will never deny the opportunity of a 1v1.
Yeah, but you're just down so many healing right now. Mackie has this Annihilation up and running. Like, this is, mind you, Final Fight territory for UCSC. They get everybody out. Someone's got to touch, and it's going to be the Symmetra.
Yeah, it definitely can't be outlawed. They are the last to die, which honestly, you want your tank to be here first. So this is a dire straits. Only the photon barrier for both Symmetras. That'll probably be it. Maybe Boltero can finish this one off, and the touch barely comes in from Fox's.
Yeah, they get it, but at what cost? The Sim barrier up for Fox's Deluxe first, but it's enough to burn down Mackie. Quaver couldn't get it. Perhaps a slight miscommunication of where the rest of the team was. UCSC, they got a golden ticket back into the point.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I was pretty sure CSULB had everybody there, but now they have to wait even longer. Dabbing Ninja sent back to spawn, and all of a sudden, only one fight needed here for UCSC to at least bring us to another flashpoint. Boltero. Yeah, those tri-orbs hurt, buddy. They are very potent. What a snipe.
This is just flashbacks to how UCSC have been winning all of their maps. It's UCLB not respecting the stand damage or just getting punished for it. And you're not going to be able to take a full 5-member fight now. You get a touch, yeah. Dabbing Ninja's dead. Mackie follows, and UCSC honestly should not have won this objective based on how this was going. But they're going to take it. They punished the overconfidence out of their opponents and are going to make it work and are still in the map of Saravasa.
The only positive here for Long Beach is that they didn't commit any ultimates during that, which, you know, they could have sent in Bull. They could have sent in Photon Barrier. And if they did that, man, the complete momentum swing would have been in the favor of the Slugs. But still a decent position for them. And they do actually get a ton of high ground control early here for Boltero to have free range as already Psyche is hunted down.
Mackey's been really good about that. You'll see Mackey and hashtag taking field trips every now and then. Sometimes with Quaver, sometimes without, and they get a lot done when they're allowed to do it. But this time they didn't have parental permission. Boltaro just did all the work for them, that bola shot, and is looking for more. Hashtag kind of just chilling, or really not chilling. It thankfully lands on the health pack of all things. Taking the 1v1 at the Symmetra, Mackey will come in and finish it off. CSULB, as he said, that first control has paid off.
Yeah, just having that high ground early on paid dividends. Boltero already halfway to another bola shot. And I will say, the tech here from hashtag's been killer. Right, like if you're going to play Lucio right now, especially over a Wuyong, you have to make sure it's worth.
Ton of ultimates being committed into this fight. Both supports from either side, plus Symmetra barriers. As chaotic as it is, Boltaro will be the one to strike first. The ulti Symmetra beams fully charged, and hashtag is down. So it's looking rather rough. Whoever's Samblins longer, that's winning the fight. All right, Quaver's dead. This is UCSC all the way until tomorrow, or at least until Mackey is dead. Thankfully, we'll hold the Annihilation, because it's one fight territory for Long Beach.
Yeah, Long Beach will have the Annihilation and the bola to work with for the slugs. It is just this Deadeye to kind of delay some time, and they'll have to pray that someone can find an opener, whether it be Outlaw, Psyche, or Fox's Deluxe. But the ball is in the court of Long Beach to finish this off.
Oh, they took a chunk of damage at the start, though.
Oh my god,
but
yeah.
All of them managed to run away. The Suzu perfectly timed the rest of the team, but now they don't have that resource with the rest of the fight. But the Deadeye, oh my gosh, it gets Mackey. That could have been devastating for UCSC. Hashtag, though, still alive, still causing chaos, and perhaps a bit of more than he could chew there. That Deadeye honestly clutches that out for UCSC. We would be looking at a very different situation.
Oh, 1000%, and now still Dabbing
Oh,
Ninja
staggers.
still
Staggers
stuck
again!
back here. More staggers come in. We may have to go to the final flashpoint
There's
here
no way.
to decide this, as I don't know if CSULB will get a quality touch.
They're not. I mean, you can, but it's a 3v5. I don't know if you want to take your chances. Like, at this point, just save your resources for the following point. Outlaw, in fact, just gonna deny a touch altogether. Goes so deep into the backline. Mackey still decides to commit, and there's a Kitsune Rush laid out by Dabbing Ninja. That's when you're gonna want back. UCSC, we're going to 5 rounds.
Round
Wait,
5
I heard a photon barrier.
used by
That's-
Deluxe.
I have to imagine.
That had to be a whoops. Had to
It
have
can't be.
been a
It takes
whoops.
2 buttons to do that. That can't be a whoops.
Well, you'd be shocked. You'd be shocked.
Okay.
But no, it'll be a early advantage, at least over by a point for UCSC, but still gotta wait another 15. And now Long Beach actually have more members. They will take back control immediately, and Supernome just gets completely chased down by who else? Hashtag once again the hero here for Long Beach. And the swap, yeah, this has just been fantastic. First cap goes over to Long Beach, but if we've learned anything from this map, first cap don't mean much.
No, Jesse, we've seen the story a couple times actually, and it's been UCSC. All they need is win 1 fight, and they stagger the rest out. Outlaw hunting for the Freya of all characters, who was sitting high and pretty in the sky, definitely dead after chasing. A Symmetric teleporter appears at his feet, but not a friendly one. Fox's Lux and Supernome, though, are making the most of what they can. After that Kitsune Rush was out from Dabbing Ninja in the last fight, LJ Shark knew it was a free win.
Yeah, and I would say Supernome with, the silver bullet shots. We weren't so sure about how this perk was going to land, but no, it's been incredible having that extra piercing damage and another Deadeye now just to delay some time. But I have a feeling hashtag, they have the beat. I have a feeling that's the go.
Oh yeah, if there's hashtag likes anything, it's his tempo beat. So expect CSULB to lay that down in any second now. I'm just waiting. I was kind of hoping it would go down there, because the timing would have been great, but they're taking their moment.
1, hey.
Oh my god, wait, Jesse actually got the timing. That is insane, but what can they manage to do with it? Psyche, steamrolled, but the TP into the backline with the Deadeye. That's 2 extra for the price of 1. Not a great look, though, if you're CSULB. Mackey, sliver of HP. He's gonna go down too. USCSC. Oh no, Jesse, I'm getting deja vu.
20% left and counting here for the Slugs. Long Beach It is such a long respawn. It's going to be up to Quaver just to get some sort of touch here. Try and stall enough time for the Kitsune Rush and Annihilation to be used, and they do get at least the initial.
They get there. You should have somebody else to come in for a second play, but Potaro, it's gonna go down first. It's onto this Annihilation to make it happen, but Mackey's health bar disintegrates in the blink of an eye. UCSC, they struggled, they staggered, yes! But oh my goodness, in these clutch moments, after they have control of a situation, they've looked unbreakable. It's only been hashtag that's can strike back so far, but there's only so much one Lucio can manage to do. UCSC, they sold enough. They're gonna get a wrecking ball on this point, but you have no ult, no win condition, and it is the slugs all the way. And honestly, I can properly say it's a slugfest now.
And they do take the win here in the slugfest. What an unreal series this was tonight. I gotta say, fair play to both teams, and I need this playoffs like now. Can we just make the reservation now? Just two unbelievable teams who have been trying to find themselves here in the bubble. Obviously, both teams have kind of teetered like the top 20, top 25 range in the country. But it's the Slugs after, you know, just a wild game, right? Like, they look fantastic in map 1. And sorry, they get kind of thrown around in map 1, I should say. They look great in maps 2 and 3. Map 4 gets completely flipped on their head. And just when we think it's done, right? Like, just when we think, oh man, Long Beach looking like they're probably gonna do it, they come right back and they finish it off on Suravasa. It's just an unbelievable series between these two.
Yeah, internet nerfs. I think it's important to throw that out there.
Yeah.
I think it did play a big part into where we saw a lot of the weakness from UCSC in the first game. But, I mean, clearly, once that was fixed, they had the Hazard over to Outlaw. It was a completely different ballgame that we were watching throughout it. And CSULB, a team that I think we've known very well for macro, but they often do it a different way. They do it in a very calm, controlled, like, we're going here, we're going to go here, we're going to back off, we're going to push with this kind of thing. Whereas UCSC, they're not afraid to throw it down, but they're also pushing up. They're getting staggered picks, and I think that was the definition of the series today for UCSC, is if they can force mistakes out of their opponent and deny fights from being taken altogether, that's how you're going to steam your way through it, like a full completion on Esperanza, for example. And this is why we're talking about a team that's continuously on the rise in this bubble conversation. Getting a win over CSULB here, I think, is a massive uptick in where they should be in that side of the discussion.
No, especially like Group A for Division 1 is just chaos. Like, there's so many teams that skill-wise, they're so close. Arcadia, well, Fisher is top, right, at 4-0. And then Arcadia 2-1, Wesleyan 2-2, UCSC now, what, 3-2. CSULB somehow 1-3. It almost feels like a disservice to say 1-3. UCLA 1-3. Cumberland Academy 1-3. Texas A&M 1-3. It is just an absolute gauntlet in this group. And so I'm curious to see now how both of these teams want to move forward. The Slugs got quite a difficult game next week. They play the top dogs in Fisher, so, you know, we'll see how that goes. I think even if they steal a map, like, that's, I don't think many people are going to complain. CSULB, they got another California game against UCLA, so I think that should be a nice little bounce back against the Bruins. But man, this, especially Division 1, this group especially just keeps giving us the goods. It's unbelievable.
Oh, we're stacked. We're happy to be here. Absolutely. And this is a long one, too.
Yeah.
For both of these teams. So I'm very glad that it did it justice by going 5 maps and 5 rounds on Flashpoint. And I don't think we could have had it any other way to close out our week, which is crazy that we're saying that. And it is Friday. We are about to head into a weekend break before our week 6 of competition kicks off here for NECC. We're getting so close to playoffs. Like, we got, what, 2 weeks left before we head into that? So that's kind of crazy. So.
It's absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. And it's going to be just a jam-packed playoff, so you don't want to miss it. Obviously, streams all week here. If you want collegiate esports action, like, it's right here at NECC Esports, Monday through Friday. Got all the games you could possibly want. Quick shout-out again, by Blue Light, and to our friends over at Wenzel's Farm for sponsoring us. And yeah, this is just fantastic season so far, and we're just going into the final stretch, which, considering how tonight went, I have a feeling it's going to be pretty spicy.
Oh no! Everything is spicy. Every Overwatch match is spicy. But of course, we do have a ton of other games going on within our NECC competition every single day of the week. So we are actually going to head it off though for our Overwatch day and the conclusion of Week 5. We'll see you on Monday when we come back for more NECC collegiate competition and Week 6 of the regular season. It's been a nice one. Have a great weekend, everyone, and we'll see ya in a couple of days.
I used to view you as a mountain that I couldn't climb at first, but I've only stumbled over diamonds, and I no longer fear